You ran out of spell slots. You need a short rest.
Hi.
All right.
Hey.
Now you can hear me. There we go. So figure this shit out, right? So in the mixer, it says speakers and then the audio driver. And then it says microphone and then my microphone driver. But nothing happens. I reselect it and all of a sudden I'm starting to see it bobble up and down like it's actually recognizing their sound.
So
I turned it off and turned it back on, Bob. Yes, that's exactly what I did.
So
I'm going to start charging you for this troubleshooting.
Hi, guys. Happy Thursday. This is episode 24 of Quests and Cliffhangers. We're narrowing in on our half-year mark.
Dang.
Dang. So, updates. I don't have a whole lot of updates. I know I said that I was going to have new types of Streamloots cards this week. I lied.
Stay lying.
What I'm going to do, once I realize how close we were, I'm going to have a couple new things lined up for episode 26. So we can kind of kick off the half-year mark in style. So, episode 26. Hold on, I got to show you guys this. Hold on. Hold on. If I could get this to go. Now I'm going to fuck everything up. I can't do it.
You're fuck it all up.
Fuck it all up if I do this. My dog is not letting my wife play on the computer. And she actually jumped up in the chair with her. And she is sitting in the computer chair behind her, and she's just going, oh.
I love Mars so much. What a baby. I need a chair that's big enough for me and Micah so she can stream with us.
So a couch.
I'll fucking
Or an
retire
ottoman.
Screech and bring in a druid and she'll be my head.
An ottoman. It'll work.
Oh,
So
yeah,
so
we
episode
can put the
26.
ottoman up.
Not next week, but the following week, we'll have new shit to celebrate the thingy.
A thingy.
The thingy. The half year. So, yeah. So that's the only real update I have, but there'll be some changes with that. Just to let you know right away, like, I'm going to redo the layout slightly and cut back on the shit that we don't need here. So, like, the ads to the right of John, don't really need those. The background at the very bottom where the stream avatars are, it's pretty nice that, like, you can change it, but nobody has utilized changing it. So it's just taking up layers. And they're all video layers, so it takes up a lot of resources to have all that stuff running at once. So I'll get rid of that and just keep it standardized with just like one background like we had before. But that's going to allow me to actually highlight, like, we're in a pretty consistent role now with the type of interactions you guys like to do. So with seeing the things that you like to do, I'll be able to emphasize that more. So we'll cut back on some clutter, emphasize on the things that you guys want to see. Yeah, so that'll be coming soon. Let me head over to my Streamloots dashboard here and see. And Dredzen has stolen the crown. So we need to remove the... wait, how do we do this? I'm gonna lick your nipples. Midas crown.
Someday that'll be funny. Or someday that'll be not funny.
Not true.
I think it's gear, Midas crown.
Is it?
I've been
Gear.
paying attention to the chat, but only... Ha-ha!
You were right. Now if only you could learn to play your characters.
Fuck off!
Let me look up Battlemaster stuff for you.
And then I have to do this, and then do Midas none. Gear Midas none. How about we do this? This is what I had to do last time. I had to get rid of you, sorry, and make you come back. Hello. And then we have to give it back. So gift. D red sand gear Midas crown. And then now I gotta find Dredzen. Where's Dredzen? There he is. And then Dredzen, gear Midas crown. Midas crown. Why is it not working? Do I gotta make it go away and then come back to do it? No. I'm so confused. You'd think I'd know how to do this shit by now, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. So, while I try to figure that out, to catch you guys up now, so last week, the Ice Wraith was victorious in his quest. And what this means is that he actually ventured into the plane of cold and ventured to seek an audience with the ruler there. And he made a pledge of undisclosed terms to try to get his assistance with correcting the issue of all the fissures and chasms that have split open the map of Arrakis and opened a direct chute to the Infinite Hells. And the ruler there has agreed to it and will be assisting. So we will be seeing cold changes that are erupting all throughout Arrakis. Cold changes that could be permanent. The next step on this is going to be how long it takes for all this to complete. So yeah. Cold erupting is a weird concept. Not really. Eruption doesn't have any sort of temperature context to it. Yeah.
It's
Cold
the most
explosion would be a little bit weird, but not eruption. What's that face for, Melissa?
I'm an English major, so I'm disagreeing, but I'm just gonna.
So go ahead. Let's have a debate about this then.
That's what our viewers want.
Exactly.
Linguistic debates.
I will get into a fucking linguistic debate. Don't try me.
Okay. I mean,
Anyway,
So we're
eruption.
stranded on an island.
Both eruption and explosion just kind of mean like a.
Your language is perfect. They mean
Wow.
the English major, ladies and gentlemen.
Nailed it.
Wow. Neither one is like they're associated with heat, but that's more of
Neither one of them are associated with heat.
connotation than the denotation. The denotation was really just kind of like, what is
Wouldn't it
actually?
just be a sudden
the
release of
denotation?
a lot of energy, not necessarily temperature based?
Yeah, it's generally like a quick expansion of energy and an outward motion. Like
Mhm.
that would be an explosion, and an eruption
a
is kind of
sudden
very.
outbreak of something is an eruption, or an act of explosion of violence and destructive shattering or blowing apart of something.
Which
So they're both. So to some degree, she is right. They are just both.
And neither one is explicitly associated with heat. Ha! They can be cold.
so that means that I was right.
Right.
No,
What's
you
that?
said that an eruption could be cold. It's not like you said explosion, meaning that explosion would be weird to be cold.
So on this
You're getting
episode of
lipstick all
Quests
over
and
me, sorry.
Cliffhangers,
An explosion of cold would be a little bit harder to explain because an explosion,
my
I believe,
fingers
actually in the
blade.
definition has energy, and energy would mean heat. So yeah, who's doing a recap today? I think we should let Melissa do it with her excellent linguistics tonight.
Yeah.
What happened last time?
Bunch of- and
Pew 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 pew.
and now we're caught up.
I mean, kinda.
Did I miss anything?
Cindy, you
Technical
wanna do it, or
definition
do you
of
want me to try
explosion.
it?
Oh my god.
Is a
I
violent
missed the first
expansion
hour.
in which
so it
energy
would
is
be a
transmitted
skip.
outward as a shockwave, which is what I fucking said.
Hey, no interrupted recap.
Where did we start last session? I don't have all of my notes.
You started in the town of Sea Shackle.
Oh yeah, okay. So I don't remember much of the boat trip, but didn't we pretty much just get on the boat and go?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it was just
For the
fuck
most
this. We
part.
all got on the boat and got out. Couple of days boat trip. They explains to us that They could get us near the island, but not on it. I don't think they had, and they didn't have any side vessels that could get us to the island and also carry our mounts and things like that. So it was kind of just, get out and swim and good luck. They also said that they would wait for us up to a day or two. Instead of just jumping off the top deck, there was a loading ramp for creatures a lot closer to the waterline, only about 6 feet up from the waterline. They opened that up for us. Chaplain cast water walk, and we all just kind of jumped out. It did have some kind of humorous effects when I believe Arkin's wolf didn't, or no, Absol's wolf did not want to make the jump, and so just kind of stopped and flung Absol out. Good times. But in short, we all ran up to the island pretty safely and easily. Around the island was a kind of shimmering sphere of something. Upon stepping through it, time seems to do wonky things. Night and day flipped around in ways that it shouldn't. We made some kind of assumptions of time might move difference in that kind of environment, but we really didn't know. We figured let's just go do it and deal with it. So we popped in and were met with this 3-layered island. In fact, Cliff, can you bring up the map of the island? It might make things easier. The kind of a 3-ringed island with 2 layers of lava in between, and obviously we assume what we're looking for is in the middle of it all. The middle donut there was heavily elevated, like 15 feet off the ground or something like that. So we would have to jump high in the air to get to it and then jump back down. We were playing around with logistics of trying to get in there. Arkin flew up a bit to kind of survey the area to see what was there, so we got a better description of, yay, there's another ring of lava inside. We were walking around, and up where you see the O in the top right there was the shortest gap between the two rings, so we figured we'll try and jump there. We hadn't played with the red gem in Absol's crown yet, so on a whim, Absol asked the party and then gave it a try, poked Screech, and it drained all of Screech's strength, so she was on the ground gasping in her armor, but he suddenly had his strength plus Screech's and was able to push a large boulder into the lava to give us kind of a stepping stone. We started using that stepping stone to kind of climb up there, had one person climb up, hold a rope, pull other people up, and so on. And as we were figuring that out, and everyone but Chaplain had gotten up there, these kind of lava creatures came out of the water. They actually fell from the sky at first, I believe, and they popped out of the water and started coming after us. So the party...
What? It was ice creatures, not lava.
They were lava when they were punching my face.
No, that was the other creatures later.
Were they not the same creatures?
There were ice ones that fell.
They were the same creatures, but she is right. They were ice ones when they fell, and then they fell into the lava, and then turned into the lava creatures.
They were the same ones.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway.
They wanted to hug us, and it was bad. So they quickly pulled Chaplain up, and thus all 4 of us were standing on that kind of inner ring, and dealing with the now imminent threat of getting our faces melted by these lava-ish creatures. They were just straight up climbing the sides of that kind of glass and smooth wall. So Chaplain, doing as he do, seeing there's lava around me and I don't want to, slide off and be pulled in lava, deployed his shield, the one that anchors into the ground, which this sand that had turned into effectively glass from the heat over time cracked. And thus, throughout the rest of the combat, the donut of land started to shatter and made something we had to continually advance from to not fall into lava. The lava creatures were trying to grab us and pull us inside of them. They actually were successful at pulling Chaplain inside one of them for a bit. I believe the party was able to just beat the hell down on that one and get it to drop, and thus Chaplin popped out of it. But I believe that ended up with him landing in the water, or in the lava. Fortunately, water walk works in lava. So he was not submerged in the lava, just unconscious on top of it. I believe Absol did his, hand stab, heal people thing, brought Chaplin up. Absol leapt to the middle island. The new gem snapped into the crown immediately. And with some help from Screech, he was able to get back up onto the middle ring. What happened? The last creature was still fighting us, but we had what we needed, so we all kind of agreed to just book it and get the hell out. So we all jumped down onto land, and Chaplin just booked it out of that barrier. As soon as Chaplin disappeared out of that barrier, everyone's water walking failed, and people started dropping into the water. After Chaplin was Absol, I think, next, that came out of the circle, then Screech, and finally Arkin. Arkin was continuing to fight the thing. I don't think he killed it before he left. But what had happened is time was moving differently inside of the bubble. For about every round in there, an hour passed. So when Chaplin got out, he turned back, and behind him was a island with all the lava that had cooled over, and nobody else. There wasn't any barrier. There was just no one. He kind of walked around and explored the island. Didn't really know what to do, so he kind of just explored and chilled. An hour later, one of the other party members popped out. We kind of got the feeling that, oh, hey, maybe we just need to wait for the other people, which held true, although for Arkin, we had to wait 3 or 4 hours at least. With all the party out of the barrier, we, wandering around the island, found a note in a bottle that said, "We waited 5 days and feared for the worst." And thus we knew that the boat had left us. Scanning the horizon, we could see it just barely on the edge of the horizon. So we spent quite a bit of time trying to fiddle around and figure out how to get the boat to turn around. Absol cast his flock of familiars and sent them out towards it. We kind of did the math and realized that the familiars wouldn't be able to make it in the hour that they have alive. So Chaplin used his alt, Pillars of Light, to have a bunch of pillars of light rain down from the sky, hoping to make the boat turn around. And I think that's where we left off. No, it was kind of scattered brained. I don't have the proper notes this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're good. Perfect. Thank you, Dredson and Allie, for the bits and unlocking the different emotes. The little bitmoji that Dredson has, that little animated snowman unicorn, is so fucking cute and then so sad. One thing, so new update with the stream avatars. You guys could do !hug and another person, and you'll walk up and give them love, and then you both will have like hearts coming off of you and stupid little emojis. It's part of the Valentine's update.
What happens if you try and hug yourself?
I don't know if you can hug yourself or not.
I'll let you know.
You're not Chaplin. Your Bob has a website. God,
right.
You motherfucker.
Hug requires a valid target, Bob. Can't hug yourself. Doop 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 doop. Let me think. Anything else? I feel like I'm missing something. Feel like I'm missing something. Oh well. Let's kick off tonight's episode of Quests and Cliffhangers. Thanks for the hug. So there may or may not be a new intro on episode 26 too.
Mm-hmm. That'd be.
Why?
Why not?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
He sleeps.
Chaplin, I don't do that. So Chaplin, I do that a lot actually. I napped throughout the day. I get home from work and I take like a 2-hour nap.
I love naps.
So fucking old. I mean, by old, I mean I'm cultured.
Yeah, there you go.
As fuck. So, Chaplin, you do your pillars of light, and after all the lights die down, you start getting these images that flash through your mind of large tomes falling. That at this point, you now know to be the sign that some of the pantheons have changed hands, or that at the very least the deity that held onto the pantheon no longer holds onto it, I guess would be the way to put it. And you all witness as the lights are dying down, Chaplin goes into a full-blown seizure and hits the ground, and his body is just convulsing.
Stop that.
Method actor.
Absolutely gonna run up and do a medicine check on him.
Okay.
God, fucking exhausted.
So you don't know what's wrong with him, but you kind of hold him steady and, make sure he's not bashing his head off the rock. And after 30 seconds or so of it, it comes to a stop, and he's just laying there, and his eyes are not emitting any sort of glow or anything at the moment.
Does he normally have a pulse? Because I don't feel anything.
He feels cold. Yeah, he always does.
Yeah. Screech is rifling through a bag looking for like a healing potion or something. Which
Yeah, I don't have one.
I have one. She just like pulls the bottle out and like shakes it and like looks at Absol like, yeah.
Put it in his mouth, I guess.
Wow,
As you pull out the healing potion, you start seeing him coming to slightly.
Hold on. I think he's back.
Processing. Please wait.
Did you die?
Can I just kind of go over a mental list and see if I can remember what portfolios I saw move through?
Sure. Give me an insight check.
Back to most important insight check of the day.
Nice.
Nice.
Pretty fucking decent.
I was waiting to say fucking. Go for Geralt.
Nope, you can't remember. No, so you distinctly remember seeing 3. One of them had a skull surrounded by drops of blood. One of them had a upright skeletal arm holding a scale. And the other one had a black mask, and it was a like brown, like sort of like a faded brown with a black mask that had like gold encrusted around it. It was definitely the most ornate looking of the tomes.
And what's the chances I can affiliate those to specific deities or pantheons?
Give me a religion check.
Yeah, there we are. Come on, as average as possible. Woo!
If an 18 is your fucking average.
It is.
Hi, I'm Chaplin. Have you met me?
Unfortunately.
So you would know these icons as Baal, the god of murder.
Ooh.
Kelivmor, the god of the dead. Not the god of death, but the god of the dead. And the final one kind of takes you aback a bit because you know this to be the tome of Mask, the god of thieves.
Thank you for holding. I believe that more pantheons have changed hands, particularly the pantheons of murder from Baal, the pantheon of the dead from Kelimvor, and the pantheon of thievery from Mask.
And I'll give you a little bit more detail too. With a 25 insight. The time between these tomes falling was actually kind of substantial.
But I'm only here. Oh, god damn it, it's been a few days. I am uncertain of the exact time frame, but I feel like these did not fall simultaneously. Our current effects may have altered my perception of time. All the same, we should try to find out exactly how much time has passed since we first crossed the barrier. Hopefully, if the ship returns, we can find out, although I imagine that would imply, by the ship's presence, it is less than a week.
And because we're in a rolling mood, Bob, go ahead and give me a D6. For no reason in particular. Okay.
Woo!
So what do you guys all do with that information?
Okay. So, sometime within the last 5 to 7 days, based off of the distance of the ship, and them leaving the note saying that they waited 5 days before giving up. These 3 pantheons were all killed and their books dropped down to...
I am not certain that the pantheons have been taken by someone. I simply know that they are not currently held by their original owners.
If you had that sort of power, would you give it up while you were still breathing?
Certainly not. It does imply that the 3 gods are in fact now deceased, or at least not bearing their power, which implies the prior.
God
The
of the
specific
dead died.
range of pantheons being murder, undead, and thievery does not paint a good picture.
Okay, so not as much concerned about the thievery one. Does that mean that people can't steal now until there's a new one?
I would imagine that it means whoever picks up that pantheon will be very good at stealing. I am suddenly glad that that crown is affixed to your head, Absol.
So these pantheons don't dictate how things work here for us, is what you're saying?
Correct. Those who control the pantheons are able to alter some of the way things operate. However, when a pantheon is not specifically controlled, things simply happen as they will, unguided. As an example, to my understanding, the pantheon of justice is still unclaimed, and I imagine some form of justice has happened.
Made a sleight of hand check to try and use my mage hand to try to pickpocket Screech to see if stealing works.
Call.
It doesn't work, guys. We can't steal.
Well, my passive perception is higher than that. I think. Skills. Perception. 17. Be
Wow.
my passive perception.
My passive perception is lower.
Then you got to roll perception.
But
Yes.
It's hers is 11.
So Screech, you feel something from your bag, like kind of pushing upward, like it's coming out as Chaplin's talking.
We're gonna see.
she just slaps down to slap whatever hand it is. This is nothing new to her.
We're gonna see Arkin have a crisis of faith.
Right.
Yes, we're definitely gonna have to get that book back. Okay, so what about the god of death? Does that mean that
Not
the dead,
the god of death,
the
but
god of
the
dying?
dead.
Okay, so what is the difference?
So the god of death. So what you would know at least this much about it. So the god of death, is the title that was held most recently, by the Raven Queen, and it's literally like the person that comes to reap the soul. The god of death is like the Grim Reaper. The god of the dead is like the one that oversees like the underworld.
Like Hades.
Yeah, like patron to necromancers. Like literally the physical embodiment of the dead.
In simplest forms, one is the collector, the other is the caretaker.
I see. So without a caretaker, does that mean the dead will rise?
It perhaps means that it will be easier for them to rise of their own will. These are wide assumptions, as this specific scenario has not happened in living memory. But I would assume that it would make it easier for them to rise of their own volition. And should someone acquire that pantheon, they would likely have control over those souls and perhaps bodies.
Interesting. And the last one was the god of murder.
Correct. Ball.
Okay. So that just means that the person who finds this book can murder better?
Cliff, can I roll something to know a little bit more about Ball?
With your roll of a 18, so let's say that the god of murder would be like typically like a patron of like dark arts, assassins, less of like the praying to them would make you murder better, but like more of like the philosophy of like killing is like the ultimate cleanse, and to murder someone else, you absorb their power. Like it's like the philosophy behind that. One way to think about it would be like almost like the Dark Brotherhood from Skyrim. So like the Night Mother would be kind. What's that?
Aelsithis, continue.
Yep. So well, not maybe you could say Sithis, but I was thinking more like the Night Mother actually, like the because Sithis is kind of like at this point like Sithis don't fuck with nobody, like he hates the mortals, but like the Night Mother is still that conduit, like that connection between Sithis and the Brotherhood. I would say it's kind of like that, but either one works really well. So like people may pray to this god like for someone to die. And like if you have a high enough influence, or if the prayer intrigues the god enough, that person may, the next day you might hear that they're dead.
And I'm guessing I have no groundwork to know what an unclaimed pantheon would do to the effects they control.
seeing as in your, well, pretty much in anybody's lifetime, there's really never been too much of a time frame where these portfolios weren't claimed. Knowing the effects of what would happen if they go unclaimed probably would be a little bit outside of your scope.
That's what I assumed. I imagine some gods are more proactive than others, and some gods would be more just observing. Like, I imagine that the prior god of knowledge didn't act much and simply just collected information. Based on that, yeah, I'm just gonna make wild assumptions. That's fine. What was the question, John?
About the god of murder and what they would gain from getting that book and granting its power.
If someone were to claim the pantheon of murder, well, they may not necessarily specifically be able to murder better themselves. They would be able to help guide others to do so, or they would make it easier for a specific target to be susceptible to murder. The god of murder does not decide who lives and who dies. They simply make it easier for it to happen. I'm not as well versed in Baal as other deities, as their ceremonies were not allowed to be practiced in the temple for fairly obvious reasons.
I would imagine these 3 specific items falling into the wrong hands sounds like complete chaos in our world.
Well, also, the fourth piece of the puzzle, the one that happened before all this,
Was looking, reading.
Death.
Death. Fuck.
So the timeline that you guys have seen is death, murder, the undead, and thievery.
These all seem very closely related, and your new god seems to be just as clueless as anyone else, unfortunately, because he seems to be the closest thing to a god or pantheon that's actually trying to help us, but we are going to need more information. And Arkin's going to turn and look at the ship to see if it looks like it's even possibly turning back or anything from the light show earlier.
As you look, this ship is like out over the horizon at this point. You don't see it at all.
So perhaps you can pray to one of your gods to possibly get us off of this stranded island we found ourselves on. Otherwise, we can't do shit.
I will do what I can. However, I can get information from a god. I cannot request them to directly act on my behalf.
Oh, well, it's a good thing that someone else can do something like that, right, Absol?
Absolutely, just like sitting on the obsidian, staring at his map. Like, what?
Can't you like promise more of your soul to like get a favor off this island or something?
No, it doesn't. He goes back to his map. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, well, how does it work?
I do something for it, and it does stuff for me.
Okay, well,
I believe I may be able to find an exact timeline of how long we have been here, if that would be beneficial, although I'm not certain it would aid us in getting off the island. Can at least solve a mystery. Looking for my spells.
Well, is anyone good with tracking?
Through the water?
No, on land.
I believe Absol normally leads us in such endeavors.
Yeah, with a map.
Yeah, I do it, but I'm not really good at it. I'm just know my way around places.
I'm going to take some time to gather some information. I will attempt to glean information if the boat will return to us. Please wait. And Chaplain will begin kind of creating a small ritual circle using various bits of ocean debris, and like making a small tide pool and things like that. He's going to take an hour to cast divination, a tier 4 spell, as a ritual, but it takes an hour to cast. Do you want me to wait and ask the question later, or just let you know now?
Let me know now.
I'm going to ask, and it's specifically divination is single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity within 7 days. I'm going to ask if the boat is going to turn around to come and get us.
Okay.
And if I'm picking a god, I'm picking the goddess of the sea. She might know more boat things.
Okay. That's probably a fair assumption. What's everybody else doing while he's doing this?
Well, Arkin is still on Absol's case. Okay, so with your fancy crown and your new gems, are you able to use another one yet, or do you know when it's recharged, or?
Usually one a day, and I'm not sure the bubble thing, how that affected everything.
Okay. So every one of these seems to control some particular aspect that is related to what we find when we get here. In this case, the gem itself, as it is now gone, now that it's in your head, has passed time very rapidly. So, in theory, if you flick your little gem, you could possibly
Rewind it.
There you go.
Right. But we need to rest before that. I'm just trying to get my bearings as where we're at on the map.
Well, it won't matter if we rewind time and get back on the fucking boat.
All right. Well, you got a pillow or something I can borrow? Because we're gonna have to sleep.
Points
here.
to burp.
Burp.
Absol just whistles his wolf over and lays there looking at the map still. We still need a backup plan in case it doesn't work, though.
Backup plan is either if this doesn't work, you're going to have to call in another favor with your god, because if he grants you all this power, but you're stuck on the island left to die, that does your god no good. And the plan after that is whatever Chaplain comes up with.
You can make a, arrangement too.
No, not my style.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you would benefit from it.
As a note, in the worst case scenario, if I have a day to rest, I may be able to send a message to the boat to get it to turn around. So I would advise you against making additional agreements with lesser deities.
I mean, I don't tell you how to worship, so I expect the same.
I simply was making an advisement.
Absol puts his map back in the pack. God, it's fucking exhaustion.
Doing great, buddy.
No idea which way is north. I'm assuming that boat was heading north, but that's just me.
Not just gonna point at me.
I'm gonna go to sleep while you guys do whatever you guys are gonna do.
And Screech, what are you doing?
Very descriptive.
He activates message. He's like, don't you think it's time to learn how to fight as a unit if you're planning on sticking around?
I don't know what you mean by fight as a unit. I always try to help my friends whenever I can. I like to help.
You do help. You help very well. You helped my brother not jump into some lava earlier. Much appreciated.
Yeah, that was stupid. He's
He
not
do-
very smart, is he?
No.
helped
That's why mom calls him the smart boy to make him feel better. But what? So, him and I have fought alongside each other for years and years, and we're very good at it. We know how each other work. But we have never fought along with someone who has survived this long. So, I figured maybe it would help if you learned how to fight and maneuver along with us.
Point to me at thing and I'll smack it.
Tactics.
There are creative ways to smack things to make it easier for you.
Or smack it faster. Harder. Both of those work.
Cliff, we're gonna need like a fucking training montage.
You don't have time.
I know. Yeah,
So
he's gonna be working with her to try and show her what he means by fighting together as a unit and stuff while they're resting and praying and ritualing.
so are you actually like talking to her face to face too, like before you activate a message?
After he like got her attention, he just activated message and just continued the conversation from there.
Okay. Give me a perception check, please.
Right.
So, as you were looking at Screech, you noticed that her eyes, her beak, and her tongue are paler than normal.
Oh, she's gonna die.
He's like,
You want me to do the thing from the intro?
no, never, ever.
Yes, I do.
So,
I got
Screen
you.
cap.
are you feeling okay? By the way,
I'm feeling okay, right, Cliff?
You haven't really had time to stop and think about it, but after he asks you that, no, you feel a little off, and you don't know what it is. And you have a strange urge to shave your head.
what the fuck?
What's that? Never gotten that before. I just want to be Britney Spears in 2007, okay? Screech just kind of like, once she's asked, she just kind of like pauses and like tugs at a feather and then tugs at another feather. It's like, I'm okay. I don't like these.
I'm not drawing.
Like what?
I'm not drawing that.
I just need a bald-headed Screech in plate mail, Sin. You got till episode 26. No.
These. And she keeps like pulling at her feathers more until
These
like
what?
she
Your
gets a
feathers?
loose one and like shakes it out and then like
What?
she tries to grab another one.
What's wrong with them?
I don't want them. Not here. This is too much.
What is this? Is this a Kinku thing?
I don't think so. I haven't gotten the book open yet to find out. I've never
Okay.
met other Kenku.
Okay.
I don't like this right now. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Can you take your dagger and like just like
Scalp you?
no, no, just the feathers.
You want me to take your feathers off?
Yeah, just here.
Sure, as soon as you tell me why.
I want that.
You want that just now?
Yeah.
Because
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. Okay. Oh boy. Have you ever had this sensation before?
No.
My gosh.
This is the best RP we've ever had on Screech.
How about this? We finish training, and
Okay.
if you still want to shave your head once we finish training, I will help you.
Okay.
Okay.
You promise?
I promise to do my best to keep my promises.
As friends.
Yes, it's friends.
You won't do it now?
After training.
I might be able to do it now.
No, you shouldn't do it yourself.
She's gonna start looking through her bag to see if she has got like a knife or anything. Like,
No.
she just starts going through her bag.
Oh
I don't want her to be bald.
I don't want her to be bald either.
I don't want to
But
draw
she
her
wants
bald.
to shave her head, and she's impulsive and stupid.
Good. Charm person, you failed your save. Screech, maybe you don't want to shave your head.
Cliff, does that counteract whatever the fuck is going on in my brain?
For now, yeah. So long as you're
Okay.
charmed, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that spell fast.
I'm looking it up. 1 hour.
Just long enough.
So now, let's get started with trading.
Okay.
So you can't really train her.
He's just going over the finer points of like not getting in each other's way and stuff like that. Perhaps positioning so that, you know, it provides an opening so like Absol can
God.
slip in from this way, stuff like that. Not teaching her skills.
Okay.
Why are you smiling like that?
He keeps clearing the fucking chat.
Uh-huh. They're trying to counteract the charm. That's what they're fucking doing. I know
God damn
it.
it!
I can disable this command. You know that, right?
I had the snipping tool out and was trying to grab a snip of it, but I didn't get it in time.
Because he had the command ready and waiting, and as soon as it pops
I
in,
still
he
do.
cleared it.
Literally,
Motherfucker.
it's what's on here. I can just hit enter and do it again. I can also just disable the command if I need to. So yeah, so you're doing your training, and as you're doing the training, she still looks pale.
Mm-hmm.
Despite all that. Absol, what are you doing? Just going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so you guys go over, you know, you describe ways that like you and Absol have fought things together, and like just different ways that like Absol has positioned himself so you'd be able to come in for the flank and things like that. Just a little bit of, you know, battle awareness.
Right.
So after an hour goes by, Chaplain, you look down at all of the little sea debris that you've put down for your little divination spell, and it has all been washed away by the waves, giving you an indication of no.
That is unfortunate. It pains me to bring the knowledge forward. However, the boat is not returning, at least not in the next week. If I rest now, I should be able to properly prepare the sending spell to send a message, hoping that that will get them to turn around. However, that will take me some time as I must rest first. I will begin doing so now unless other options come to the table.
The sooner the better.
Understood. He just sits down and starts resting. Let's go.
What is Screech and Arkin doing?
Well, guess the hour has passed at this point. Is she still pale?
She's still pale. And then as the hour passes, the urge comes back.
She just, not saying anything, just starts tugging on the feathers again. And pulls the loose one out, and drops it, and tugs. Starts going back through her bag again, looking for.
Okay, Screech. If I do this, you realize it's not going to come back if you decide later this was a mistake.
Feathers
Maybe
come back.
eventually. Yeah, after a very long time, I'm assuming.
Mm.
Okay, whatever. Be still. Be like pulls a dagger from some unseen place and starts chopping away. What, dexterity check?
No. You don't have to roll anything.
Okay.
So sad.
I'm just imagining my bangs when I was a kid and my mom used to cut them and they would all like. Because I would just see
No.
it tiny and just try to watch it.
No, you get the impression that this isn't the first time that Arkin has shaved someone's head. It's slightly different than normal hair would be to get it off, but once he gets in the swing of things, he gets it clean.
While he's doing it, he's telling you this story of how he did it to Absol while he was asleep one time when they were kids.
So Screech,
Yep.
how does he shave your head?
Well, I was thinking just like half the size.
Head looks like a turkey.
Mohawk.
Mohawk popped into my brain, honestly. And I was like, I can't say that. But I kind of want to say
Yeah, you
that.
can.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go with Mohawk.
Okay.
Like a fucking cockatiel. What the fuck?
So
And when he finishes, he's gonna ask, like, do you feel better now?
she's all looking
She's
at
gonna-
herself in the reflection of her battle axe.
Oh, I was gonna grab the axe and actually use it but it's way over there. Never mind. Just like, yeah.
Yeah, there. You look like a badass.
His nose, her eyes. Yeah, it's not shiny anymore.
I mean, you could
polish
check
it.
to see if he's lying.
Yeah.
Unless she inherently thinks being a badass is a bad thing.
No, she had a doubt for a moment, but I mean, she's too stupid to really doubt anybody. She thinks everybody's. You're her friend. You're telling the truth. Done.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know. Melissa knows. My poor stupid baby.
Oh, we should get some rest and wait to see what Absol comes up with when he wakes up.
All right, so you guys going to sleep now?
He is. I don't know if she's following suit.
Oh yeah, no, Screech will go to sleep.
Okay. You guys, just so I can put this out there, you have to type in someone's Twitch name to do hug, or it's not going to work. You can't hug butts. You can't hug character names. You have to
Why
use
can't
their
I
Twitch
hug
names.
butts?
Because I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just have to enforce
Program's
them.
stupid.
So, you all go to sleep. Absol,
Hi.
in your dreams, you find yourself inside of this sanctum of sorts. It looks like some sort of place of worship, but not like a temple or anywhere holy. And you see that everything is like in black and white. Everything is heavily shadowed. It's dark. It's just veiled in darkness. And in the room in front of you, there is this altar, and there is this dim light that is shining down on this altar.
Absol's going to walk over, and as he's walking, he summons his sword on his back.
You can't summon your sword.
He like goes to reach for it and grabs air, looks at his hand, and pauses for a second and keeps going.
As you get closer, you see on this altar there is this dagger that looks very ornate, and it almost has like that black smoky look to it, like your sword does when you summon it. And as you reach towards it, you wake up as this wave just splashes water into your face.
He's gonna like jump up, scoot back, and just look around the island. Is anyone else awake?
Not right now, nope. You see that the sun is just starting to peak over the horizon, and the water looks like lava for a second there, as the orange from the sun is just completely coloring the water. But everyone else appears to still be asleep.
He's gonna stand up, pet Sif, and in his hand he tries to copy the dagger that he's seen in his dream.
Give me an insight check.
You're not exhausted anymore.
Yeah.
You're just bad.
Right.
You summon a dagger, but it looks nothing like the one that you saw in your dream.
He like looks over for a second, grabs it by the blade, and just tosses it into the water. Walks
Chaplain,
over to
you hear
everyone
a
and starts
kerplunk.
kicking him up.
Yeah, Chaplain, you would definitely notice if he threw a dagger in the water.
Absol, I believe items are best left on the island.
He summons another one and like just tosses it in the air. And as soon as it gets 5 feet away from him, it just disappears. I think it's fine.
Understood.
Should I try the gem now or wait for everyone to wake up and eat and shit?
At least wait for everyone to wake, please. Do I need more time to rest before I get my spells cycled and whatnot?
Nope.
Am I good? I will begin preparing at least some water.
Before you do that, are you using that? He like points to his chest.
Oh, I presume you mean the armor I have been carrying. It is of no significant use to me, as I do not understand the magical effects present on it. Are you able to wear armor of this caliber?
I'm pretty sure.
Then, Chaplain takes it off. Please, if you can make better use of it than I can, be my guest.
It stayed the same size as he took it off, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just shakes it one time, poof, back to giant size.
Roll it.
All right, Absol's gonna put it on and attune to it while everyone's waking up.
I'm gonna do a kind of quick tour of the island, looking for a depression that is large enough to carry several gallons of water, but far enough away from the shore that it's not going to get salt water on
Okay.
And when I find that, I'm going to cast Create or Destroy Water and fill it with clean water.
Okay. You guys see just like a couple feet above the ground, like water just appears and splashes into this little indent.
I have prepared some fresh water, if you would like to drink.
Absol rushes over and gets some.
There's like up to 10 gallons.
There was.
I would like to send a message to the captain of the boat. What was his name again? What's the name of the captain of the boat?
Absol knows it.
Do I? I know Calisay,
Yeah.
but I don't think he's the captain. Is he the captain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Captain
like to
Calisay, I guess.
Attempts to send a message to Captain Calisay. Is this acceptable?
Go for it.
Are
Didn't
we
your
awake now?
didn't your prayer thing say that they wouldn't come? Doesn't it also include what you're about to do?
The knowledge I glean is based off of actions as they were, not as they are changed.
True that.
Okay.
The message I would like to relay is, hello, it is Chaplain. We are safe and need a ride. Can you turn the boat around? You can reply to this message. Does that seem appropriate?
What spell are you using?
Sending. It is
I got it.
tier 3, and it does allow them to reply. Hence that inclusion. Is there any adjustments you would like made before I send the message?
Are we awake yet, Cliff?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay. Probably offer them money as they are sailors and time is money, and we're asking them for a more inconvenient detour than they were originally planning for.
Simply modifying the phrase, can you turn the boat around, to can you turn the boat around for pay should be sufficient.
I think that would work.
You don't have to worry
Numbers
about that.
counting, numbers counting, numbers.
I'm within one word.
You're
Fix
fine. I'm not.
So Chaplain sends the message, hello, it's Chaplain. We are safe and need a ride. Can you turn the boat around for pay? You can reply to this message. Because he can just send a reply immediately.
And like you hear this like kind of response in your head. Chaplain?
I don't think I can go back and forth. I think they just get one reply, which is why I'm not answering. If the person knows you, they can answer in a like manner immediately. So it's not communication. It's one message there, and they can send one message back.
That's what you get back.
Okay, I will cast again. Yes, it is Chaplain. We are safe on the island. Are you able to turn around and come get us? You may reply to this message.
Chaplain, we've been docked in Doolin for over a year.
Excuse me, Absol, Arkin, Screech.
Yes.
We have been on this island for more than a few days. We have been on this island for more than a year.
Oh,
The
that's
boat
inconvenient.
is docked in a port.
So the boat that we saw was not the same boat.
I would assume so.
Arkin scoops some water out and starts drinking. Well, brother, it seems you're up.
Yeah. Gets up. Is Screech up yet?
She is waking up.
Yeah, he like shakes Screech. Oh, what wake up. Something horrible happened to you. But don't worry, I might be able to reverse it.
She looks really confused.
Oh, as a side note, when the charm effect wears off, the person knows they have been charmed. So whatever Screech would do with that.
Oh, she wouldn't have let you near her head.
Well, he did it before it was off then.
Yeah.
Because he cast it a little after Chaplin started, so.
Alright. Absol's gonna sit up and flick the orange one.
So as you touch the orange gem, the orange and the yellow light up at the same time. Everybody, go ahead and give me a Dex saving throw, please.
Fuck!
Lol.
Not Absol.
You're focusing on 5 years ago, brother.
Oh!
5 years ago?
1 year.
Oh, yes, 1 year. I was crossing the 5 days with the 1 year and then got 5 years.
That's logic. That makes sense. As he does that, you all see the waves stop. Everything around you guys appears to be frozen in time.
But we're still active?
But you're still active.
That is most interesting. If I look farther out into the waves, does it seem like that stops, or is it just everything we can see?
Everything as far as you can see is frozen right now.
That is curious. How long the duration lasts may help us. Presuming the effect can last for many hours or days, we may be able to simply ride across the water.
Are the gems still glowing?
They are.
Absol, start thinking about rewinding time. You've stopped it, but now try to push it back before they stop glowing.
Everyone, please get as close to Absol as possible. Captain's going to
Absol's
stand right next to him.
Yep.
looking in the position where they got dropped off by the boat, and he's just gonna imagine the boat sailing backwards.
As you do that, you see the waves start to like, and they're like rolling in reverse. And after a few passes, the waves start moving normally, and you see the gems die down. Give me an insight check, Absol.
Oh, thank God he can roll
I know.
again.
Best you could tell that you rewound time about 30 seconds.
So, good news. I'm able to rewind time a little bit,
Oh, good.
about 30 seconds.
Okay, no. We need to think bigger.
I am certain that if I contact the captain, I could likely get him to set up an expedition to come get us. However, that would likely be measured in days or weeks and would likely cost significant currency.
No, see, I don't know if you understand. Like, if if we stay in this time that we've jumped to, that means that Mom thinks that we have been gone for 5 years.
I could
1 year.
simply
1 year.
1 year, whatever.
I could send her a message. I have one more message available for today. Bearing in mind that uses the same capacity I have to walk on water and other various abilities.
Are you don't feel any rejuvenated at all?
From what, 30 seconds?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out how those things work, and y'all are fucking.
Nobody
bashing
feels
on me for
rejuvenated
it.
from 30 seconds.
Actually, Cliff, because Arkin started drinking, he went and got some water that Chaplin provided and started drinking it right before he did this. Does he feel parched again?
No.
Okay.
He does not feel like he was affected by this at all.
Okay. Yeah, nothing happened to us.
Is the water still there?
Yes. 30 seconds.
Right, and it was probably a minute or two ago. That is unfortunate. I did not suppose any of you packed a boat.
Okay. Okay, so the orange gem is the one that we just got, right?
And he points to all of them. Starts at orange first. This is time. He points to green. Says messes with people's souls. Points to yellow. This alters reality for fake, apparently. And he points to the red one. This is strength sapping.
Okay, and it was the yellow one that also lit up with the orange?
Correct.
Okay.
For reference, when you activated the orange stone, the yellow stone also activated.
Correct.
So does that mean that I didn't really rewind time? Because the yellow one's just like fake altering
It is
stuff.
such a small denomination of time that I'm not certain that we would be able to tell.
Theoretically, it's not exactly fake as when we first got to the goblin paradise thing. Everything was real. The food was real. Everything that we interact with was real until the power stopped coming through the gem. Then it reverted back to what it was. When you tried to summon the carriage, it was very real to you and Screech, not to Chaplin and I. So, if you can figure out how to work that gem better, I think you could make it very real, long enough for us to go back a year where we started.
I mean,
only
we got
has-
another day to stay here, then I could try. And he's like pressing on the orange one again. I'm assuming that it doesn't light up.
It does not.
Okay. Chaplain, figure out some sort of way to convince them to send the ship to come and get us if they're willing.
25 words. Feel free to pick them.
I'm not the people person. That's his job.
Absol, 25 words. Feel free to pick them.
We're on the same island. We're stranded. Can you offer assistance?
Can we offer pay, I imagine? Can we sufficiently pay for the entire expedition is the concern.
Absol looks in his bag. I got some money.
I have. Calculating. 47 gold. 49 gold and 9 silver. Counting silver.
Look, to be honest, we don't have to be truthful with how much. Once they get here, they are here.
Screech like rifles through her bag and like gets to the very bottom and then pulls out a rather large bag of coins and just
We can pay for the expedition.
and then just like drops it back with her at the bottom of the bag.
Give me a concentration save or a Constitution save, Screech.
Hmm. Okay.
Nice.
Alright, if we can actually pay for their entire expedition, then great. They need to know that. But they can only get one reply, you said?
Correct.
It doesn't leave room for negotiations, but also if we're just covering the cost, that's not much incentive for them to do so.
I can simply tell them to start now and we will negotiate later. They're on the same island, we can pay for the expedition. Please start now. I will send a message. I cast my last 3rd level spell for the day. And I send the message to the same person. We are on the same island. We can pay for the expedition. Please start now. This is the last message today. Oh, I typed that twice, so I can actually include you may reply.
It would take more than a week for us to get there, and we don't know the exact location. Is there any way that you can provide it to us?
I am being informed that it will take more than a week to arrive. He would also need a way to get the location as he does not have it. Do we have a way to provide that? I'm not certain that I can do so in a few words.
Not unless you can show him a map remotely like this.
Unfortunately, words are my only message.
Okay, between the two of you, start cutting deals with gods or something. I'm not dying on this island.
Please wait.
Are you just asking the two of them? Because Screech would absolutely make a deal with some demon lord by accident and multi-class into warlock.
Oh,
She's that stupid.
He specifically points to the two of them.
Okay. Except if there was any way directed towards her.
So I'm going to use Channel Divinity and pray to the jackal. How does that work again? I don't think it's a conversation. I think it's just a question. It's been like a week since I've used this stuff. I've forgotten everything. Omnidomain. Disciple of all. Give you guidance on how to no, that's navigating a single creature. It's got to be omnipotence, isn't it? A simple question.
Absolutely, what do you need? Like candles, incense, blood sacrifice?
Like I
Screech starts
said,
picking up all the
he can't
feathers that
really
were shaved
do
off her head and like offering them up.
There you go.
Huh?
I doubt I'm gonna be of any use right now.
Chaplain is going to use Channel Divinity, Omnipotence, and pray to the jackal, asking, we are stuck on the island that contains the 4th gem. How can we please get off of this island?
After a few moments, you hear no response. And with the current situation that you're in, with you being gone for a year and not knowing what's happening, you start to feel a kind of a sense of panic that you're not getting any connection with the gods. And and it reminds you of a time in your past where you felt a certain loneliness, a divine loneliness, if you will, and made you almost question your fate.
You just muted?
Yep.
Am I still muted?
No,
No.
you're
No,
good
we're
now.
good now.
I heard made you still question your fate, and you cut off.
So it made you question your fate. Tell me about the experience that happened with you that made you feel like you almost lost fate at one time, or faith in one time.
Well, that's real easy.
Okay.
How about the Omni Faith Chapel being crumbled to the ground by a god that didn't know what was going on, and seeing the entirety of my existence and my purpose and everything I had known for my entire life now as a pile of rubble with no one around and no gods to answer for it. Also with me not having the skill and power to talk to the gods as easily as I do now. And so I'm alone in the wounds of my temple and my home, with evidence that the gods could not save their own home.
And
So, yeah.
that feeling starts to wash over you all over again.
Chaplain is gonna kind of just walk to the edge of the water, stands like ankle deep in it, and just kind of stare out into water and stop talking.
That's depressing.
Going to lean over to Absol. Is this a part of his ritual?
Do you know how to pray? I don't know. Is this how he does it?
Maybe, I guess.
I'm gonna try something. And he scoops up Screech's feathers. He summons his sword, opens the I can never remember the name of this thing. Sensor. He opens up the sensor, puts the feathers in it, closes it, and lights it on fire. He goes, kneels down somewhere, puts his sword in front of him so the sensor's waving in the wind, blowing the smoke. And he is going to try to contact his patron in his head.
While smelling burnt feathers. You fucking nasty.
He needs to
They do
burn
not smell good.
something.
They don't smell good at all.
Burnt feathers don't smell good at all. Been
me a
around
re-
enough of them to know.
Give me a religion check.
I don't even know where this is.
Religion, what?
Oh my god, you have no bonus to this.
No.
What are you asking?
Not asking about the island or anything. He's asking what was the dream and what was the point of the dagger that he's seen.
You hear sort of like vague whispers, but you can't make out what anything is saying.
Gets up frustrated and he walks away back towards Absol, and as he walks away from the sword, it just dissipates. All right, your turn, brother.
What do you mean? Okay, so he's gazing off into the sunset. You cut all these deals and they're fucking useless.
You want me to kill the water?
Okay, all right.
Stab the water.
My superpower
Stab
is
the water.
logic.
It's one of my favorites.
We're going to use logic and deductive reasoning. We're going to figure this out. This is just a puzzle to be solved. That's all this is. Okay. So, when you use a gem, do you feel exhausted or feeling like it's taken something out of you afterwards? Or is it just simply that you can't use it again until you've given it some time?
just can't really use it again. I don't feel exhausted, but I can feel the energy.
Okay, this is good. This is good. So, each gem, before they went into your crown, they were powering themselves continuously without stopping. You can do it in short bursts because presumably you haven't learned it or you aren't tapping into a strong enough power source. So, in theory, if you take yourself and your crown and your head and your gems back up to the center of this forsaken island, and you find a way to tap into whatever was powering that gem in the first place, maybe it will come back on long enough for you to manipulate it to take us where we need it to take us, which is a year ago.
Not 5 years ago?
Not 5 years ago. Arkin is smarter than John.
What time is it, Cliff?
It's still relatively early. 7, 8 in the morning, maybe.
Absol looks over at the sun still kind of rising. I'm gonna need to wait for that to do a cycle.
Well, if you're using the power from this place, you won't need to wait. It will come back on in theory if you can figure out how to get it to tap into it. That's what I'm saying.
I'll try. I'm not sitting up there all day though.
Oh, you have better things to do? You have somewhere to be? Arkin's clearly losing his shit.
Absol just goes up there, crosses his legs, sits down, and just starts meditating, I guess.
So, Screech.
Yeah.
Arkin is losing his shit.
Yeah.
Absol is meditating. Chaplin is standing in the water motionless, just staring off into the horizon. What's Screech doing? All her friends are having meltdowns.
She has a mohawk.
That's what happens when I have meltdowns. Wait. God, I don't know who she's gonna try to help first.
I'll be right back.
Do.
Well, Sin went AFK, so one of the other two.
I was like, oh, I'll do 4, and if it's 4, she'll go do her own thing, and I rolled a 4, and I'm like, what the fuck? I never roll high in that kind of stupid shit.
So re-roll if you don't know.
It's like, fix yourself.
Do I still have the urge to shave my head?
No.
Do I feel any better than yesterday?
No.
I'm gonna take a good look at myself in my battle axe and see, what, like, do I look bad?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, now.
Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
Oh, fuck.
Don't worry. You're just looking at yourself.
Oh, fuck!
There you go.
Why are you wasting these high rolls on nothing?
I don't know.
That's not how chance works, John.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it fucking is.
Just be better at rolling dice.
So Screech.
I'll change my dice color, but then I might get low rolls.
So
Yeah.
Screech.
Yeah.
You remember a time once, one of the few times when Nesbar left you to fend for self,
Mhm.
and that you were in the woods and you were kind of foraging and gathering things, and you came across these berries that were just these large, supple red berries that looked so delicious.
Oh,
And you ate the berries and you became so violently sick.
yeah.
That's the only time you ever remember yourself looking like this. When you had that poisoning from the berries.
She is trying to remember the last thing she ate and if it had berries.
Not that you recall,
is-
no.
The fault of berries.
It was a year ago.
It's true.
Alright, now she's thinking. She's trying to think maybe when she got hit and hurt, maybe there was poison. Maybe there was something. And she's like checking her body over of all the places she was wounded before she got healed and like looking to see if there's any like I figure at this point with everything that she's done in her life, she would know like what blood poisoning or something looks like, where there's like the dark splotches and veins, and just like looking for anything that would.
Sure, give me a medicine check.
Fuck! Okay, I'm doing great at this. I know everything that's wrong with me.
You don't find any sort of marks or anything that would symbolize it. But as you like are inspecting like your beak and your mouth and everything, you are 100% confident that you have been poisoned.
Just. Fuck. Hold on. Looking through my inventory now. I have berries in my backpack. Why do I have berries in my backpack? I have 3 days worth of berries.
I didn't add that.
We ran by the house.
Oh
with
yeah.
The berries that seemed to be in really good condition, even though there was snow everywhere. And no one else grabbed them except for Screech.
Yep.
That is true.
I'm throwing those berries into the fucking water. Like, just not the clean drinking water, but like the ocean. I'm just like whipping them out into the ocean as far away from me as possible.
Okay. So you do that. They splash into the water. Hope no one has to figure out what type of berry that was.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Can I get another
You
20-year-old,
very much
John?
did not see that.
Sure. He's just walking back and forth, like swearing up and down in Inferno, and he's a little distracted.
Oh. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, she is jumping in front of Arkin and like waving for him to stop. Points at herself and like all the pale spots, and in a gravelly male voice says, "Poisoned."
Chaplain, give me a perception check.
Okay, if you're how did never mind, doesn't matter how. Okay.
Again, poisoned.
14, Cliff.
Come on. He grabs her by the hand and starts marching her over to Chaplain.
Yeah, you heard her say poisoned the second time when she kind of grunted it out. It kind of startled you for a second because this unidentified, the growling male voice just barked out of nowhere.
Chaplain is going to stay, a couple of steps in the water, but he will kind of turn back and look towards them.
Yep. And Arkin's marching her over. Look, this one says she's poisoned somehow, some way. I don't know how. Fix her.
She
I
looks really sheepish about it too.
used to be able to cure such ailments. I'm not so certain if it will work, but I will try. Chaplain puts a hand on her and casts Lesser Restoration.
Oh my god. To further add on to his depression.
God damn it.
As you cast this, you don't notice the paleness or anything clear up.
Chat, damn it.
I am sorry. And Chaplain will just turn and look back to the water.
Damn.
Chat!
This is the best shit ever. I just got this picture of Chaplin just talking to you over his shoulder like, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
One oily tear creeping down his face.
Right.
Perhaps, if the gods have forsaken me, perhaps basic medicine will work. Please, this will take some time.
Gods have forsaken you.
Sits down and starts messing with what herbs he has to try and put together something to clear a poison, but it will probably take some time.
Give me a medicine check.
Argon's just walking away. You can just hear him faintly going, "What the fuck is going on right here?"
No.
Oh, God.
Oh no! Oh god!
You're just gonna poison me more! I'm just imagining, like,
Wow, I
Chaplain
need
pulling
another
out
20.
some berries and Screech
No.
just knocking the bowl out of his hand.
Oh no!
You don't even have any rerolls this session.
Oh.
He's got one reroll.
Do I?
Yeah, chat bought you a
ultimate.
reroll.
Oh,
But
can
it
I
was a
use that on
one.
ones?
Nope.
Not a one.
So as you're sitting there, you're like going over everything that you have, and you get this epiphany that like to counteract a poison, you need to know what type of poisoning it is. And like you have no idea where to even begin with this. I mean, there could be any number of like remedies that you could whip up, but if you give her the wrong one, it's not going to do anything, or it could potentially make it worse.
I will put my stuff away and go back to staring off into the water.
Fucking emo, edgy
Robot.
ass bastard! Why is everyone such a fucking edgy emo ass bastard?
The gods have forsaken me. Science has forsaken me.
The one person in this campaign that should be emo is not. What the fuck is happening?
Chaplain doesn't know what to do when he is disconnected from the network.
Oh no, I totally understand.
I've
It's
lost
hilarious.
Wi-Fi and I don't know what to do.
404 error. What do I do?
You guys try turning Chaplin off. And
Hey,
then back
Mr.
on.
the Jackal!
Right.
404, God not found. The fuck?
I am lost. So with a hand over his face, he's like, okay, well, he's useless. Okay. Screech, what did you eat in the last day? Anything at all? What did you eat or drink?
I'm assuming she just ate whatever the party ate. I don't think she ate the berries from her bag, but she could have.
Okay, so she ate with the food that was prepared and from.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's go see Absol. You're gonna have to climb. Can you climb? Are you strong enough to climb? Do you feel weak?
Climb.
Yes. Was that an affirmative?
She's just nodding.
Okay.
Climb!
And he starts heading over to their favorite boulder and starts climbing up. Acrobatics check, I'm assuming.
No, I mean, there's nothing here that's really tall enough to even need to do that.
Okay.
Unless you're just looking for a chance to fail.
No.
We have plenty.
And
of
then he's
that.
going to jump over here to the center. Like, okay, have you made any progress?
What?
Did you nod off?
No, I'm meditating. I'm deep into it.
Yes, according to the drool on your shirt. Have you tried, like, digging to see where it was sitting?
Is
where
there
connected
still
to?
Isn't there like a cloud of smoke still coming from the center?
Yeah, it's still active.
You want to dig in that?
Okay, never mind that. So before we all, starve to death, we have a more immediate problem as Screech has found herself poisoned and Chaplin is going through something.
Screech nods, points to herself, and in Arkin's voice says, "Poisoned."
Absol like looks at his bag and makes sure his poison's still there and full.
Okay,
Screech just rolls her eyes and glares at him.
So being that you work with poisons, you do also like keep up with anti-poisons in the same way, right?
Anti-poisons.
I mean,
The same deep, gravelly male voice as before, antidote.
I've never really thought about curing the people that I poison.
Oh. So in case when you're making a poison and you accidentally poison yourself, you don't ever think, maybe you should. Okay.
He's gonna look over at Screech and like move her beak around, push her face to the left and right.
Arkin has like this huge vein that's just pulsating in his forehead.
What are you doing with your poisoner's kit?
What would I need to do to
Killing me more?
be able to tell what kind of this is?
We're gonna make it quick.
I don't got herbalism or anything like that. Would it just be a medicine?
I would say medicine, yeah. You don't know for sure, but I mean, Arkin's idea of it being something that she ingested is probably the most likely thing that you would come up with.
Well, I know that we're not gonna cure that here. We're gonna need to take her somewhere where she can actually cleanse herself.
Oh, so we should, maybe get her to the local medic facility, huh? Oh, okay. Let's see here. He looks around. Don't see any here.
I wish you had like a telescope that you could like.
Absolutely, like walks over, puts a hand on Arkin's shoulder. You're freaking out. You need to keep a level head. You don't do well when you freak out.
Oh, I'm freaking out. Good thing I don't have any reason to freak out about any of this. This is great. Okay. Okay, if it's up to me to fix this too, I have a possible solution, Screech. You're not going to like it. And you very well may die, but if I don't try something, you're going to die anyway. So, there's your options.
Please do not kill Screech.
He like takes a breath and he says, in a very Screech-like voice, "Friends."
In Arkin's voice, I don't like that.
Okay.
She laughs, joke! And then just a bunch of different voices all cobbled together. You sound like me.
You don't want to know what I'm going to need to do this.
No.
It's going to hurt.
Mm.
I'm going to need you to turn around, sit down, and try to relax.
Arkin,
You're on the beach.
yes, but I am concerned that you're attempting to do active harm, and thus I would like to intervene.
Did you come up to the center with us?
Well, it's a small island. I assume unless you're being quiet, I can probably hear some of your conversation.
Not a lot
Arkin's
not a whole lot of sounds there to challenge
No.
voices.
Yeah.
And as quiet as Arkin usually is, everything he says sounded very loud and aggravated. So
Screech has just been like shaking her head of no. Just in Nesbar's voice, just repeated no.
no what? You don't want to try? Because if not, you do better just to jump in the lava and get it over with.
What is it that you are
No
planning
die.
to attempt?
It is best if the patient does not know.
I am not familiar with any medical techniques where that is applicable.
Hey, you've already tried. You gave up. Am I wrong?
Understood. Chaplain walks off and goes and stands by the water.
God damn it, emo Chaplain, I hate this. Back to you. Yes or no? Save life?
No.
Okay, well, it was nice knowing you. What? Now you're going to pout? I offered to try to help or sit here and watch you die. You chose to sit and watch you die.
If voice.
He snaps a finger and activates message. What?
If Chaplain can't heal and I die, how am I gonna get brought back to life?
Because
I don't want to die. What happens? What happens when I die?
if we sit around and just wait for you to die of poison, we're all going to find out except for you because you will be fucking dead.
I don't want to die.
And I am trying to
What if
prevent
Chaplain
you.
can't bring me back?
So we can sit here and debate what ifs, or we can start trying to fix you before you actually die.
Yes, we try to fix before I die. I do not want to die.
Okay.
I do
well,
not want to die to be fixed.
You are making this very difficult. And who said that I was killing you? The whole idea is to not kill you.
You said I may die.
Yes, you may die because I am not a medic. The medic gave up and walked away.
What are you going to do?
I said 4 times it is better for you not to know.
Friends! What are you
Yes.
going to do?
If you weren't a friend, I would tell you and enjoy your face afterwards.
You're going to kill me.
I am-
I've seen this ship before.
He is like rubbing his temples. You said we're friends, Ras.
Yes.
Do friends lie to each other?
No.
Okay.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Do you want to die?
No.
Then that means you want to let me try.
But what if I die?
Then you were going to die anyway.
Can I hold my axe?
You can hold your axe.
I want to hold my axe.
That's fine.
Okay.
Now turn around and sit the fuck. Have a seat.
So a not so stealthy chaplain with a stealth roll of a 10 kind of walks up behind and is nearby.
I'm pretty sure everybody's passive perception's
Yeah.
over 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's trying to be quiet about it.
You are made of metal.
He closes message with her, opens it up with Absol. He says, do you have a way to incapacitate her before I have to do it the hard way?
No.
You can start praying to better gods.
I can make a really big hammer.
He closes the message. You hear a down tone.
Screech is gonna hold her axe, and she's gonna sit, but she's gonna be like actively like holding her axe.
Arkin's gonna walk up behind her, put a hand on her shoulder, and pull out his dagger. Like I said, this is going to hurt.
Chaplain is going to stand next to Arkin and just stare at him.
And he looks at Chaplain and he kind of gives a nod. Okay,
Gonna
so
kill
Cliff.
this bitch. We're having chicken tonight. Is this how I get into character?
Cut to an hour later, just rotisserie screech.
What seasonings do you have, Chaplain? Thyme and rosemary. Fantastic.
Well, I tried.
Just boom in the distance.
It's a damn shame what happened over here.
We'll survive a week till the ship's here.
So, Cliff, Arkin's going to try to use his knowledge of finding weak points in bodies and everything to stab her in a place that's going to cause her to start to bleed out. And the goal is to try and bleed her out as much as possible, like hit an artery or something, and bring her as close to death as possible. That's the idea.
Okay, go ahead and roll an attack.
I'm gonna die.
And if the poison isn't in her blood, then oh well.
The assumption is that it was something that she ate, which means it's in her bloodstream. So he's trying to get the blood out of her. So I'm assuming since she's letting this happen, this is like an auto crit essentially.
Sure. I'm just curious where this is headed. Sure.
Better yet, he's going to cast a spell that none of you have seen him cast before. Let's see, who are we targeting? Arkin should not be doing medical shit. This is bad. Okay. Let's see here.
Unless she chooses to purposefully fall to this, she passed her save.
But she's letting it happen though, right? Because
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So essentially, Screech, you are unable to move or speak now. And yeah, he is going to go ahead and hit her.
That's a hit.
I mean, I feel like this is more like, does it really need to be an attack so much as like he has time now to like find that spot?
I mean,
He just
yeah.
wants
So
crit
you
die.
just gotta think that like, if you cut someone's femoral artery,
Hurt
right?
me.
Right.
Okay, just
All right, fine.
If you cut someone's femoral artery,
that's not a lot.
like they
That's-
still have to bleed out.
Yeah. So do I keep rolling until she starts bleeding out?
I mean, if that's
Do you
what you're
keep
doing,
stabbing?
You
stab more than once.
Let's get it there, right there, right there. Maximize the blood dripping.
So okay, the way I'm picturing his head it's like as fucked up as it sounds, acupuncture with daggers. He's like multiple places on her and watching the blood come out of her.
Chaplain is going to intervene physically and fail. But Chaplain is going to try and physically push you back and out of the way.
Okay, what are you saying anything or just going for it?
I'm going to ask, what are you doing, and try and push you away from her as you continue to try and stab her multiple times.
Going to resist the pushing away. It says, let me finish. Once it's
I made
your
my
turn,
strength check. You make
be-
yours.
yeah,
Just wanna
strength
know
or
if I push
dex,
you.
strength or dex save,
I think you make an acrobatic save against that, right?
strength or dex save.
All right.
So I miss.
He says, be ready with your best heal. Start preparing it.
I should have handed someone my potion of healing. But I didn't.
So yeah, he's going to continue now.
That would have been smart.
God damn it. How?
Well, because Chaplain pushed him, he had to dodge both to the side. You know,
Yeah.
that's a hit. So, so after the second stab, is Chaplain doing anything?
You see another dagger appear and go into a very precise spot that he's aiming for.
Oh, halfway there. Oh.
Preach
Are you-
can't talk, but I'm pretty sure there's like coming from her.
Technically speaking, anytime you hit her, she should probably be making a wisdom save to try to break out of this.
Yeah. Oh, no. Actually, it's after her turn.
Right,
So
I mean,
if we are doing turns, then yeah, she
Yeah.
would. Yeah.
so basically every time you stab her, she should be making a wisdom save.
So you get 2 saves now. Should you want this to stop?
Screech agreed to this.
God damn, that's some loyalty.
She is a flaw!
If
the
I
whole thing.
if I glance around, is Absol paying attention and watching this?
Absol's watching, and it looks like he
Was
has.
there-
He looks like he has a dagger ready for like aimed at his own hand.
So he's preparing his heal too.
What's Chaplain doing?
Also, she's dumb as
standing,
hell.
moving to stand in front of Screech and put a hand on her.
Okay, so you don't have to keep rolling.
Okay.
So yeah, you stab her until she stops reacting.
Okay. And when she falls over, he's like, Chaplain, when it's the absolute last possible moment, then heal her. You would know more about when that point would be than I would. I am used to just this being it, and I'm done.
Is she still being held physically in the air, or has she dropped?
So as soon as she goes unconscious, she would have.
Yeah.
went
It's a
limp.
locking up of muscles. It's not like the spell is holding her up or anything.
I do not wish to wait. I'm not certain if I can. I do not think we have the time. And Chaplain will cast Cure Wounds on her as a level 2 spell. Although she has hit points left.
No, she doing.
Where the fuck is Cure Wounds? Up.
That's not a lot.
Move, I got this.
So you didn't actually put it on her. Oh, I gotta double it. That's right.
Yeah, 32.
Yep, I got it. I'll get used to this one day. So Screech, you wake up just lying in a puddle of your own blood. Your beak is still pale. In fact, you probably look a little bit more pale than you did before due to immense blood loss. The insinuation apparently makes you feel a little bit queasy too.
I'm going to
I look better.
let me investigate. Chaplain. So Chaplain hasn't actually
look great.
diagnosed her condition yet. So Chaplain is going to take some time to look her over and see what he can learn about how she be.
So after looking her over, like the symptoms that she's giving you, you've narrowed it down to a few different variants of poison that you feel that she probably has. And you feel that if you had the thing that poisoned her, that you could make the antidote real easy.
I believe if I have what poisoned her, I could likely make an antidote. Do we know what it is that poisoned her?
She said she ate the same thing that we all ate. None of us are poisoned.
All the same, do we have any leftovers of the or any of the same kind of food that we had from our last meal?
You're the chef.
I don't remember cooking the last meal we cooked.
You guys ate on the boat.
Yep, which you were chefing on.
But he wasn't the only chef.
I'm certain that it's a poison.
Yes.
Can I combine that knowledge with lesser restoration to focus the spell?
No. Like, you feel like she needs the antidote to this poison.
To create a proper antidote would require the food that she consumed. Unfortunately, the last food we consumed was on the boat.
Unless a little birdie was snacking on a berry in her bag or anything.
I don't have that information.
Nope. You don't.
I don't remember Screech eating any of the berries. She probably did. But I don't remember it.
Screech, did you eat anything else? Any little snacks or anything? Did you...
Screech, is it acceptable for me to go through your gear looking for what food you have present?
She starts to look really, really panicked.
Understood.
And she like thrusts her bag into his arms and starts like hopping over and just like going to the part of the beach where she threw the berries in the water. Like she just thrusts her bag and then just starts running away.
Screech, please stop. Where are you going?
What the... Okay, Absol, if you don't want Screech to die, you're really going to have to get that stupid gem thing working.
I mean,
Screech,
we can all
get out of
this.
Better roll high. Good
Do I
enough.
see any of the berries washing up on the beach?
You see a single berry that is about 25 feet out into the water.
I'm running in.
Screech, where are you going? What?
You guys just see her just splashing, diving.
Fucking doggy paddling out there.
I think I've heard something about birds flying out to the ocean when they're going to die. So sad.
When she gets that berry, she is grabbing it and just like trying to just help the waves carry her in, but still trying to get back to shore. Like one hand up in the air holding the berry and the other just...
Oh no.
Is she successfully making it back to the island?
Hey,
Right.
for funsies, go ahead and give me an athletics at disadvantage with that description, please.
Fucking heavy ass armor. God damn it.
Oh, he's stupid, guys. Alright.
Ah.
She's flopping around, and you're seeing her like going under, and like her holding her hand above the water still, and she brings herself back up, and she's flopping, and she's going under,
Ah.
and she's about 15 feet away, and you just see her go under, and she doesn't pop back up.
Everybody stand back. Chaplain casts a spell. I'm going to burn my 4th tier spell for this bullshit. Chaplain,
So happy
assuming
about it.
that this works, assuming the gods haven't completely forsaken him, I'm casting control water and literally Mosesing this shit. And
Yes!
parting the goddamn water so that it is just her and dry land between
Fuck
our feet
yeah!
and here.
I
I
want
have
to
control
know-
water prepared specifically if I had to Moses something.
I want to know if Screech's insight thinks that she did this.
I don't think she's quite that stupid, but I'll roll insight just in case.
I punched the water away.
Yes.
I stabbed the water! So good.
So
She's like, this axe is amazing.
she goes under, you part, she falls about 30 feet to
I
the
Oh.
sea floor.
I can control the rate at which that happens.
You can control the rate at which it happens?
The water in the area moves as you direct it, but once it moves beyond the spell's area, it resumes flow. Part water, you cause water in an area to move apart and create a trench, extends across the area. It doesn't list exact speeds for making people fall.
So she falls 30 feet, and she hits the ground, and she is standing there looking at you in this dry trench that is just leading perfectly up to you.
Screech, and I'm literally just holding my hands out full Moses. Screech, please return to land.
She's gonna open her hand carefully to make sure she's still holding the berry.
She is.
She's gonna close her hand and run as fast as she can back to shore.
Absol looks over at Chaplain, then at the water. Why haven't you done this back to the mainland?
I was not certain I could do it before. I am still learning.
Well, could you like open it up some more?
What is
Like all the way back.
Right.
how big an area? Oh, that's water walk. Hold on. Control water. A cube up to 100 feet on a side. So I will part as much as I can to kind of make the point of what I can control. So that's 100 feet, 5 feet, 20 by 20 square of water that I will part.
Doesn't it say 100 feet on one side?
100 feet per side.
Well, that means you can do 100 feet then, not 20.
100 feet on a side.
Yeah.
I said 20 squares.
Oh, I got you. I think you said
20
20 squared.
So a big ass area, and kind of straying a little bit. Chaplain will state, I believe this is the limit of my capacity.
You got to
And
see like
he'll-
fish flopping on the ground and shit.
He'll release it and let it flood back in on itself. Screech,
You know what?
may I please see that berry? Chaplain will very carefully take it and go inwards onto the island so he's not right by the water, sit down.
You know what? Reading over this spell, every time he stabbed her should have been an auto crit. But Fancy Grounds didn't do that.
Because
Did
it
you-
didn't actually hit me.
Did you
Like,
actually
I
put
just-
the effect on her?
Yes.
But my wisdom save.
It was
passed, so-
doing. Oh, that,
Oh,
that might be
yeah.
why. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you didn't put the effect down. Oh, you did. It says paralyzed. Huh.
What the fuck?
Uh,
Interesting.
I guess Chaplin's just gonna try and make an antidote out of it.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an alchemy roll. Or herbalism, whatever one you do.
Nice.
I'll take a 26.
Yeah, so Chaplin starts pulling different herbs and other little trinkets out, and he's got little vials he opens up and he's pouring in it, and he's tampering things down, and after about 5 or 6 minutes he hands you this like murky green vial of liquid that has like still like little sprigs sticking out of it.
Please drink this and try to keep it down.
Screech just like takes it, looks back at you, and
Please, it is the hopefully antidote, as best as I can conjecture.
What do you want it to taste like?
Make
Good?
it taste like berries.
Do you want it to taste like, like ale or I don't know, some meat? All right. Absol like twirls his wrist and some sparkles fall up onto the thing. And he casts Prestidigitation to flavor it.
she looks at it again and how it just looks nasty, and she just, and then
It's gonna be
knocks
the
it
best
back.
thing here.
It tastes like a freshly seared steak in liquid form somehow.
Yeah, how I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about that, but now I really want steak.
Like
Hopefully not liquefied.
like the taste of it is like the
Steak
aftertaste of a perfect bite of steak. You drink it and you're just like,
Okay.
and you look in the bottle and still see the remnants and sludge that are coating the glass. What was that?
Nothing.
Screen cap.
So, is she going to live?
Time will tell.
Great,
She
I'll
suddenly
take
just
it.
looked very scared when you said that.
She should start feeling better within the hour, is my hope.
Swell. Absol, plug that thing in. Take us home.
Screech is gonna go cuddle with.
You see Absol like taking off his clothes as you tell him that. Like, we still got another day to wait.
It's about noon.
I'm gonna go for a swim.
I've burned 8 levels of spells on this bullshit today. Or, sorry, 8 spells. Levels of spells I don't want to do the math on because it's terrifying. 9, 13, 17, 18 levels of spell I've used on not combat today. If we're in a fight, I'm fucked. Chaplin is going to go back to his spot by the water and spend the day praying to kind of every god he can.
Every few minutes, you see Absol swim past. I'm doing laps around the island.
Screech is just sitting on the beach with just. She looks like she's just waiting to die and like having an existential crisis.
Shouldn't have shaved my head. I'm gonna.
I actually really need to reshave my head. It means that my hair does not go there. I didn't want Screech to turn into me, but look at what you have done.
Chat.
Quit giving him my character's trauma. Then I'm just me.
Oh,
Arkin has like carved a humanoid figure into the tree, and he is like striking at certain points and practicing and occasionally cussing and swearing in languages you don't know.
so the range on control water is up to 300 feet, so I can do it from the other side of the island. Concentration up to 10 minutes. And I rolled a charisma save on myself just to see if I could see some amount of humor in our given situation. And Absol's doing laps. So I'm going to wait until he's about that side of the island and just drop the water 10 feet. Not enough to hit the bottom, just 10 feet. Just enough that he swims and it's gone and he falls. And then I'll slowly bring it back up.
From the
Level.
From the other side of the island, you just hear, "Fuck!" And a few minutes later, he comes walking over to this to where everyone's at. What the fuck just happened?
His chest is all red.
Like picking off sea urchins.
Apologies. I hoped it would be humorous.
Wait, you did that to him?
Well, yes, and Chaplain will point back towards the water and just part it again. I can maintain concentration on this for at least a few more minutes.
That is actually very funny, Chaplain. Well done.
Absol goes and sits near the beach. Yeah, real funny. Let me know when you lose concentration on that shit.
I will drop the spell now. You are safe.
Or are you?
He goes back in, starts going the opposite way.
I figure a charisma safe is the right to see if I can find humor in a bad time.
After that first hour goes by, Craven's going to fly over and land on Screech's shoulder and just look at her.
Nope, nothing. Just until she actively feels better. Just not doing it. She's just.
He just stands there.
Okay.
Okay. If she looks like she's starting to like get color back in her face, then he will fly off. But until then, he's staying there.
Okay.
Yeah, if she starts to feel better, she's gonna like get the book out and try to lockpick it or something far away from the water. She loves books. She knows better. Not
So-
near lava, not near water.
About to say you're gonna go away from the water near the lava.
She's gonna find like over here where it's a wider space.
Like, not today, water. Oh shit.
So she's gonna find like the widest space on the beach and like sit there with the book.
That's
When she
Chaplain's
feels
hips.
better.
I should untarget Screech.
Okay. I mean, you guys, as you're just sitting there, I mean, the time's just creeping by. Nothing is happening. You guys are just hearing the waves.
We're kind of waiting to see if Screech feels better right now, I think.
Yeah. After about an hour or so, just like Chaplain predicted, you start seeing the color coming back into her beak and her tongue. If you're looking at her tongue for some reason,
Ah.
she just sits there. Like, why does she just sit there like that idle? Like, I don't know, it's just what she does. It's really weird.
Screech just goes into idle animation where she's just Ah.
And then other than that, it's all pretty much status quo. Gamer checks. Thank you for the raid, man. Welcome everybody.
So I don't know how long we're going to be spanning here, but Chaplain's goals are to rest and recuperate in case the party needs more, or in case the party makes some kind of discretion or realization, and I can send messages to try and get us salvation. But I imagine I'll wait until dark to rest. Until then, I'm going to just keep trying to pray to see if there are any gods still out there.
Oh.
And Arkin's gonna mock me the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, he's practicing his thing.
Who are you trying to imitate?
Let's see here. Let's see. Looks like it's gonna be Absol.
Absol, what are you doing?
Still doing laps. Called his dog into the water to try to get him used to it.
How long you been in the water now?
Half a day.
Don't get exhausted again.
Oh, God.
That's where
No,
he's
he's
going.
gonna just suddenly drown.
What? What kind of a person do you think I am?
Probably about an hour and a half now.
Give me a con save, please.
He's gonna drown while exhausted. Oh my God.
Let's re-roll that.
Okay.
Sid, stop it.
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. Arkin. So you diving in the water?
He's more so mimicking his brother's voice and everything while, let's see. In fact, better yet, more creatively, he will use this time to cast Disguise Self on and he's going to go around chit-chatting between Screech and Chaplain to see if they're convinced that he's really Absol. And then every time it's like he knows like Absol's about to come around the bend again for another lap, he's just going to walk away.
Walks away, then here comes Absol.
I feel like that's not perception. I feel like that's insight.
Just to fuck with him.
Is your disguise wet?
Depends on how you talk to me.
Nice. I mean, with a 20 performance, I think he's like kind of nailed every nook and cranny that may possibly be applicable for Absol's appearance.
So performance only gives you your mannerisms and everything, but you have the disguise kit.
No, he's using the spell.
Oh, disguise self?
Yeah.
Okay. So your mannerisms are to a T. Like you would take a very, very astute eye to be able to detect the difference, which no one here has apparently yet. But as far as like being able to make yourself like wet at the right moment, no way to do this right.
Hey,
You gotta spit on it.
after a few drinks.
Yeah. So I would say yeah. So you walk away, then all of a sudden Absol comes swimming around, and Chaplain, you and Screech are kind of like. Arkin, give me a stealth roll.
My pleasure.
Does anybody have more than a +5 on their perception?
Yes, +7.
Go ahead and give me a
Oh,
perception
nice.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
So you see,
I'm gonna make a squeak.
you see him walk away, and then you see him swimming, and then you see him come back and start talking to you. And after a few times of doing this, you're like,
Wait a
the
minute.
second time he comes around, you turn around and you look, and you see Arkin duck down behind a rock, just waiting for him to get out of eyesight so he can come back out.
I'm going to just turn from the sea and just stare at him and just keep my eyes on him. Just let him move and figure out what to do. I'm just gonna keep staring at him.
As soon as Absol's out of eyesight, he's gonna come back out. Like, oh man, all this swimming.
Indeed. Maybe you should convince Arkin to go in the water with you.
Yeah, I'll go find him.
No, go back into the water now. I'll go get him. In fact,
No.
wait right here for about 2 minutes.
Sure.
Just be patient. I'm sure Arkin will arrive at any moment.
You know what? I really should go check on Screech.
I'm certain.
She was looking
I'm
a
certain that
little.
Screech is
The
perfectly
last time I was
fine,
doing
at
a
least
lap
for another
around, I
minute.
got a glimpse at her. I'll be right back. And then he just
When does
takes off.
Absol ever check
Goodbye,
on
Arkin.
Screech?
As soon as he's out of eyesight, he's just gonna drop this guy. It's like fuck.
So close.
Chaplain will just call out, your disguise was good. Your timing was not.
Fuck you.
Arkin and Chaplain sitting in a tree.
At
The lip
least
broke
he
off because
cares.
Chaplain weighs a fuck ton.
Dang, it's like that?
It's a fucking war force.
Over the last hour or so of intermittently interrupted prayer, have I felt any kind of connection to any god?
Give me a religion roll.
Most important role of the day. I guess I'll take it. I can be emo longer.
Yeah, you don't feel like all hope is lost, but you're still concerned at why you're not getting responses from anything.
I'm going to use my last prayer for the moment, channel divinity, omnipotence, to pray again to the jackal, not as a question, but just to state, I apologize for interrupting, Jackal. I simply wish to let you know that Arkin, Absol, Screech, and myself are still well. It has been some time, but we are here. And I'll leave it at that.
And nothing goes on for the rest of the day. The sun begins to set. It begins to get cool out. You guys take comfort in the warmth from the rock as, you know, the smoke still bellows out the middle. And you eventually just drift off into sleep. Is anybody doing anything before they go to sleep?
Nah.
I rolled for trying to pick the lock, and it was a 21, so I don't think I got it. I know
You
I
did
rolled
not
higher
get it.
than that. Yeah. So she's just gonna take notes on what she tried this time and try again some other time.
Absolutely, you doing anything?
No. For the rest of the day, he's running instead of swimming. Then when he gets tired enough, he's laying down with Sif and going to bed.
Okay. Chaplain?
Just going to bed.
Arkin?
Foreman's thing for the night. So yeah, he's just going to sleep.
Okay. Absol, you find yourself
Hi.
standing in that same sanctum looking at the altar again. The same thing happens. You try to grab your sword, you can't grab it. You go to walk up to it, and as you reach to grab it, you wake up. This time, you wake up to the sound of Arkin screaming and cussing. Arkin, you wake up with a fiery rage that you have never felt before. You are pissed off at the world.
All right. So yeah, he's stabbing at that tree again, and he's continuing to yell and cuss and yeah.
And as you look over there, he looks like he's been up for a little bit.
Yeah, Absol like looks up and he hears that, runs over, is like, did something happen?
So he's just mad at everything, just in like a rage.
You wake nearly out of your mind with rage.
Okay. And he like takes a wild swipe and says, "Back the fuck off."
Absol just takes a step back and watches him for a little bit.
He continues to go to town on this tree. He's yelling and cussing and screaming at it.
Absol walks towards the center of the island. Like, acting like a child isn't going to solve anything.
It has been, Absol, it has been a difficult few days. He may simply just need some time. We're all adjusting in our own ways. Perhaps we should take some time to give him space and attempt to find a solution.
As you say that, you hear this as a small little dinghy washes up onto the shore.
Perhaps we have found a solution.
Sprints over to it. Wherever it's at.
How big is a dinghy?
It fits 4 comfortably.
Oh my god.
Good thing we don't have 7.
No, so it's large enough that you can get all party included on it.
Just not comfortably. Okay.
For anybody that fits 4 comfortably is an inside joke amongst the campaign.
Yeah, that was.
I don't get it.
So
you weren't part of the campaign then. You didn't even watch then.
Per the RAW, there's a ship that they have listed in the player's handbook, I believe, or in the DM's guide, and it has the dimensions of this ship. So I built a map with the ship with those dimensions, and it says that it fits 4 comfortably, and it doesn't fit 4 comfortably.
There's no way.
It could fit 4, but you'd be cramped as fuck. Like, you never get to leave out of your seat, basically, is how this would be. So that's been kind of the joke anytime that we get on a ship, is that it fits 4 comfortably.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But this one, it does. So, I mean, you guys can all squeeze into it.
Arkin is still going to town on this tree, raging out.
Yeah, you guys look over to tell him about this, and you see the tree just into the water.
Bro, let's go.
You hear it. Ah!
Screech is mimicking that scream right back at him. Because it's funny.
His head snaps over to you like you've just issued a challenge to a wild animal.
She hesitantly, like...
And also, Absol has seen Arkin mad before, and he deals with it basically like he's dealt with everything else up to this point. But he's never seen anything like this. He never loses his cool like this.
Absol's gonna attempt.
She mimics the scream again. And I...
He
Absol's
charges at
running in
Screech.
front, He's ready for Screech.
Ah,
And whenever Arkin gets close, Absol's gonna attempt to grapple him.
Go ahead and make a strength
Aw, that's
check
so cute.
versus a strength or deck save, Arkin.
This is gonna be horrible.
Should have let the person with fucking strength
Oh,
do
good.
this.
Fuck.
wait, what? Oh, okay, he rolled good. Oh.
No.
Oh, wait, no, that's
Absol,
wrong,
You
huh?
gotta do strength. Okay. So as he comes bolting for Screech, you manage to grab him and like the momentum lifts his feet off the ground as you sort of wrestle him around and hold on to him.
I'm gonna just do this one for you because Chaplin was gonna try and get in the way and pull his shield out, and I failed my deck save, so I just trip and fall.
As Absol's
Screech is
like
just making faces at
struggling.
Arkin the best her beak will allow. Just.
as Absol's like
This is
holding
fun
him in
and
place,
games.
he's like in his ear. He's like, "Look, Chaplin fell. That's funny, right?" He's like holding him.
Go ahead and do a persuasion.
That's not bad.
Versus what?
Arkin, go ahead and do a con save to see if you can shake this feeling. You do.
Weak.
And you feel him start to relax, and he's just breathing hard and panting. Does he remember everything that happened?
Yep.
He's just like, after like a minute of silence, he's just gonna look over to Absol. No accent, just like, let's get the fuck off this island.
Agreed. And Absol like squeezes him real tight, real quick, then lets him go.
Aw.
Arkin's gonna get on the boat and whistle for Celine to jump on.
And with a bunch of energy, Absol like jumps up holding the map, like, all right, we got two options. There's another island a little bit south of where we're at, or we could go all the way east to a bigger city where we desperately need supplies.
No more fucking islands.
I am not certain that another island would help our problem. East
Well,
is the best solution I can think of.
It's like a day's journey to this island. We can rest. Then it's like a day and a half, 2 days to land. Or if we go east, it's like a 3 or 4 day trip.
I see. Interesting.
Do we have any rope?
Yeah, I have my rope.
So it would be about a 6-day journey to the mainland. It would be about a 2-day journey to the other island. But that's taking you the opposite direction unless you plan on going back.
Upsel tells him that 6 days east, 2 days to get to the next island. Then from there, probably like 4 days to get to mainland.
That is that is 6 days of straight rowing, or 6 days with breaks.
So for the rope, how many times can you do the water walk per day?
Water walk, I can do approximately 3 times, and I can maintain it for as much as an hour.
So if we get some rope, you do your spell on one of our mounts, and we like pull the boat faster to the water. Would that help at all?
I'll allow it.
It would be like a water
I can-
carriage.
For that duration, I can actually have all of us under the effects of the spell, and we could simply have, instead of having the mount bear the weight of the boat and its passengers, simply carry the boat as we all run or ride on our respective mounts.
And what of the boat?
It would be towed behind us for those 3-hour segments.
So we water walk. We use the boat to rest. When you're recharged, we water walk again. Is that what you mean?
I was thinking more of along the lines of some of our mounts take turns pulling the boat each of the 3 times. Then whenever the mounts are resting, we row. That way we're not running out of energy as well.
Simply put, the spell can hit up to almost a dozen targets simultaneously at the same effort as a single target. So it makes sense, if I'm going to do that, to simply hit everyone so that we can all simply traverse across the water as if it was not. My concern is going east. How bad has the waves been and whatnot? Does it seem like if we were in a boat and just sleeping, we'd have a big risk of capsizing?
Give me. You don't have any sort of.
No, not a thing.
Give me a insight check or a nature check.
Oh my God.
To the best of your ability, you don't think you have anything to worry about.
Okay, let's. He breaks out, pulls his glasses out, and starts cleaning them off. Okay, let's think about this logically. Does anybody have any experiencing with fishing? If not, then we need to do a rations check now.
Y'all had a
I
bunch of
fish now
berries.
if I hit with axe.
Becky in his own bag. How many rations, Cliff?
I don't know. Look in your fucking bag. How many rations you got?
You always doing shit.
Personal rations? I don't think you guys had a lot.
I have 1 day.
Well, combined, how many? If everybody looks.
Absol had that
Well,
like
no, so
10
listen,
days for a few
Chaplain
people, but
can-
he ran out of that.
Yeah.
Chaplain
Chaplain
can
can
make
create.
food.
I'm looking through spells and I can purify food. Let me.
That should be a third tier spell for create food and water. Yeah, you created water. That's the same spell.
That's water. That's create or destroy water.
Oh, maybe it's a druid spell for food. Hold on, I'm looking it up.
I could.
Cleric.
Where Raina had it.
Create
Shut up,
food
evil.
and water is a 3rd level cleric paladin spell.
Oh, would you look at that? I just didn't have it added, so I will just.
Where you can create 45 pounds of food
Oh, we're good.
Okay.
and 30 gallons of water on the ground or in a container within range.
The
Okay.
boat is not a container.
I mean, either that or is the boat ground? Because if not, you can't create it then. How about that? The boat's a container.
I
Okay.
believe I can handle food for tomorrow at least.
Okay.
Actually, it's the morning. I can change my prepared spells for the day, I'd imagine.
Okay, food won't be a problem. Great. Next issue. Does anyone have any experience with rowing or sailing whatsoever?
No, I do not.
Besides working on the boat, nothing for me.
Well, I know you don't, because I don't either. Okay, so the longer we're on the water, the longer we risk running into a storm that's going to flip us and fuck us over.
It would likely be safest to go to the nearby island, as that makes it only a roughly 2-day, perhaps 1 day with some of our tricks, traverse. However, we would have to then get to the other side of the island and then to the nearby peninsula. Traversing around the island would likely be a few days.
Okay, we need the shortest route to get to mainland.
The
From there,
shortest
it doesn't
route-
matter.
The shortest route is east. However, the issue is that becomes a 6-day duration as opposed to two or three stints of 2 days.
So if you guys do the idea that you had with having the water walking towing, you'd knock it down to about 4 days.
With Create Food and Water, it's only 2 hours a day, but for 2 hours a day, we'd just be running and carrying a boat as a sled.
Also, another thing that we can add on to this is your ability to control water. You can
That
push.
is over a specific area. I cannot have the area follow me. Well, I guess I'll leave that to God. It's for 10 minutes. It's an area up to 100 foot on a side. I assume that area is a static area, and I can't just have a wave push us for 10 minutes.
Well, so I'm assuming that if you made a 100-foot cube of water in the air and dropped it, that would create a hell of a fucking wave. Whether you could accurately predict how to surf that wave would be another thing, but
it's not creating water; it's controlling the water that is there. So
well, right now I'm saying you're lifting the water 100 feet into the air and drop it. That's going to create a fucking wave.
Right.
Could you imagine a 100-foot by 100-foot cube of water lifting into the air and then dropping?
That's how you capsize a boat.
Yeah, that's tsunami shit.
So there is whirlpool options for the spell as a fair warning.
Good to know.
So you don't maximize how much water you could drop, but maybe do a smaller one as a test.
That is the most powerful magics I have available, and I would like to reserve that for emergency use.
Understood, but if we don't make it back to land, it won't matter. You'll be saving for a rainy day that would never come.
I could use that capacity simply to run on water for another hour.
Okay, fair enough. We will do that.
So 3 hours of running on water, 4 if we don't need food for the day.
I mean, I think 45 pounds of food just fucking lasts you guys a pretty decent amount of time.
See if it disappears.
For up to 15 humanoids, for 20 that sustains up to 15.
Spoils if uneaten after 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
Water
so you would have to redo it every day.
Yeah.
Or you'd have to eat a bunch and then wait 23 hours and then eat a bunch.
You're
then suffer.
As it goes bad in your stomach.
Okay.
That's just how I eat. I do a meal a day.
All right.
Me too.
Are you fully energized? Should we?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Are we going to then simply travel east and attempt to make a straight line?
If we do the water walk and all that, it shouldn't take us that long.
One question. I presume that we will have to rest. When we are all resting, the boat will simply drift.
No, when we take a rest from the water walking,
we are not going to be able to row for 4 days straight. When we are in the boat and not rowing and not running on water, the boat will simply drift, and can 6 to 8 hours of that could drastically affect our physical location.
and we will have to do it in shifts. There's going to have to be one mount that is not doing anything but waiting for that downtime for us to sleep to act as an active anchor that we are tied to.
Water walking only lasts for an hour. Likely the best answer would be for a portion of the day we all run together, but for the rest of the day we take shifts of 6 to 8 hours rowing while the others rest. It will slow our speed but ensure that someone is constantly awake.
Yes, however we have to stagger it, that works.
Then
Well-
I suppose we shall proceed.
Yeah, let's get off of this island.
All right. We will load up into the boat then and try not to die.
Yay! My favorite game.
And water elemental.
Yep. I remember that session.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that's subjective.
That was one of my first custom boss mobs.
Vardrock revived himself from dying 3 times with crits on his death saves, and then killed the damn thing with a spiritual hammer with his last hit point. It's like,
That was a
what
good fucking battle.
that was horrible.
That was like perfect for our fucking Batsu.
Boss was fine until he wasn't.
Yeah, like last round or 2 rounds of combat, that's when he finally went down.
All right, so you guys hop in and get yourselves seated and organized,
Comfortably.
And so what's your game plan? Are you guys gonna try to like start paddling first and then begin the tow session, or are you gonna?
It would probably be best to, just to save a little bit of RP, probably be best to do 2 hours of just booking it, carrying the boat to just kind of get a nice and easy start, and then before the second wave of the spell ends, get in the boat and have 2 of the 4 rest and start taking shifts.
Okay.
I am, and Chaplain is hesitant to use the yeah, I'm hesitant to use the last-ish bit of water walking in case we get into combat, or in case the boat capsizes or something and we need to be able to move freely. I want to try and save that water walking as an emergency solution.
Okay.
And unless the party contests that. I'm looking through. Chaplain is going to take a minute to fiddle with his spells before we go, because I think I might be able to help more with enhanceability.
Hmm?
Hey, John. For no reason at all, give me a
chat.
D100 roll.
but I don't want
The
to.
number of whirlpools that eat us.
Right.
Or the number of naked women that are awaiting you on the nearest desert island.
Good. I have 93 of those.
Unlikely.
I want to go to that island.
See?
Hi, I'm
They're-
very gay.
They're all orcs. I'm like, fuck.
Hot orc buff babes? Yeah.
Right, I was gonna say like,
Let's go.
That don't bathe. Yeah, that's awesome.
hey, that's racist for you to assume that all orcs don't bathe.
Accurate.
Okay.
We do cleric spells to see if there's anything that will help save our lives. Yeah, not really.
I have a meme for this and I sent it to the group chat.
Oh my god.
I have memes for everything.
Wow. Yep, all you.
Death by Snoo Snoo.
Yeah.
Joke's on you guys. All she did was send us a nude.
Hey, don't tell the chat. Don't
Right.
But I wanted them in on the joke. Are you good, Bob?
Yeah. I prepared enhance ability so I can roll strength if necessary.
So your guys' plan is to just head east then, right?
Slightly southeast, but mostly east.
Okay. Go ahead and draw the route you plan on taking. Just drag the icon, just like you're gonna move the icon.
I drew it.
Oh.
Move the
I
map a little
think-
bit.
I'm thinking that we want to aim for the closer lands than riding along the coast. The first point we can touch land, the better.
Exactly.
And my big concern, I'm going to draw. I just closed the map. My big concern is that we don't accidentally go this way and miss the top of the peninsula. I don't know how to get rid of that pointer.
Someone's
what's
being risky.
And Screech is playing with the line.
You don't know that it's me.
And now we summon the devil.
I'm just working on it.
Just so you guys know, this is the way you guys are moving.
That's fine with me. We'll
True.
summon Satan.
As long as he gives me some power.
I'll go ahead and just decline that.
Ash was like, "Oh, good, you're here." Like, what?
He's like, what the fuck? I was bathing. Okay.
Do I got a deal for you?
So, in short, head east, but air with caution southeast.
Gotcha. Who is being the navigator?
It's your boy.
It's your boy.
I had to figure out which way he is on the stream because he's below me on here, but he's above me on stream.
Go ahead and give me a survival check, please.
All right, good thing I got some. Oh, that's good.
Oh, there you go.
All right.
All right. So yeah, so you guys head off, and you get your bearings with rowing the boat a little bit and getting the feel for how the vessel sways with the water. And then Chaplin begins his water walking stint, and you guys kind of divide it up and start zipping through like a water ski. You got the boat towed behind, everybody's zipping forward. And then when Chaplin gets the feeling that the spell's about to end, he, ushers everybody back into the boat, and you guys get your bearings again, and then he does it a second time. And by now, sun's about to set. It's getting later in the day. What's the game plan?
We need to have a first set row through the nights while two rest, and then we will change shifts. I do not get tired as easily, so I will be one of them. Perhaps we should have Screech be the secondary, as I imagine Absol and Arkin work well together. And we need strong individuals to complement the weaker ones.
If we're worried about strength and Absol points to the red gem, I can borrow
I do not.
someone's while they're sleeping.
That may be too much.
They could just take off their armor, sit in the back, and
No.
I have spells that will aid with this for at least an hour at a time.
okay.
If you see a whale swimming by, steal that strength.
You know that I'll keep that in mind.
It's only an hour, but every bit helps. Chaplin is going to cast Enhanceability on himself. On himself to give himself advantage on strength checks for an hour. Hover up. I will burn another 3rd level spell for creating food for the day. Let's see how far we get before we drown.
So you're gonna do your third one then?
I've burned 3 spells, 2 water walks, a create food and water, and then I burned Abel's strength on myself.
So you're not gonna do the third water walk yet?
Correct. I'm saving my 4th level spell for in case there's a panic or a combat or a problem.
Okay. So it's getting on to the point of where night's falling, sun setting.
And
normally around the time that Chaplin would like be, you know, checking in for the night.
And I assume the plan is Absol and Arkin will be trying to sleep, and Screech and Chaplin will keep rowing. And then in 8-ish hours, when they wake up, Screech and Chaplin will cycle out and take their rest. At least I believe that's the plan. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it works.
Yep.
All right. Yep. So you guys do that, and your first day is pretty uneventful. So you guys are sleeping in shifts then?
Yes.
Yeah.
The concern is the boat will just drift somewhere if someone isn't actively rowing.
Understood.
Before Chaplin takes his rest, when they're switching off, Arkin's going to ask him, do you still have enough spell power to send the long distance message spell?
Yes, but it will prevent me from aiding us in case of emergency.
Well, you're about to rest, so I'm assuming you will be able to get that
Yes,
back.
but if we are assaulted while I am asleep. All the same, what is it that you would like?
I need to know that Mom's okay. We've been going for a year.
Tell me the words.
Just let her know that we're fine. We will be checking in soon, and ask her if she is okay.
I will cast Sending as a level 4 spell, not that it actually matters because it doesn't change anything at higher levels, to Asha. That's her name, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's her name. And tell her Absol, Arkin, Screech, and Chaplin are all well and alive. We will check in soon. I am sorry for worrying you. You may reply. I'm actually going to admit the you may reply. I imagine she's good enough with magic to know how that shit works.
Chaplin, where are you at?
Can't respond today.
The line goes dead.
Trying to see if I have another way, but it's a 3rd level spell to talk like that. So I will Arkin, for your information, she replied asking where we are. Unfortunately, I'm not able to communicate further. But we can perhaps try again tomorrow.
Okay. All right. As long as she replied, I know she's probably freaking out.
Certainly.
And kind of like gives a nod and then gets to his rowing position.
Absol. And Chaplin casts Enhance Ability Strength on Absol. Arkin.
Thank you.
Casts Enhance Strength on
I was gonna
Arkin.
say, he is not a powerhouse.
Tier 2. I have level 1 spells left. Let's hope we don't get in the
Yay! What you doing, Cliff?
I'm gonna punch it.
But like
Chat.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Cliff. I'm worried about chat.
You do realize that chat really is like, chat's the paintbrush, but I'm the artist.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I'm gonna blame you for it anyway.
So Absol and Arkin are awake. Everybody else is asleep.
Yep.
Yes, Cliff. That's what's happening.
I
Rolling
don't
my
like
next
when you
character.
ask questions.
Absol.
Yo,
When you were sleeping, you dreamt of the dagger again.
when he wakes up, he's gonna try to imitate it again.
Give me an insight roll.
Good.
You do a dagger, but it's not the one from your dream.
God. Chucks it into the water again.
Give me a perception roll for whoever's on point right now. Only one of you.
That would be me.
Yeah. So the night's pretty eventless.
Oh, thank God.
And after a pretty, long amount of time of rowing, Chaplain wakes up to relieve you of your post.
And Screech as well.
Oh yeah.
Much sure dismay. Although it is. No, we'll wait until they rest. When they get up, we'll do our mass run. So that Screech and I will have, 8 hours of rowing in, but they'll be fresh. Instead of being.
My little chicken legs can do something.
Actually, no. They've done.
You guys, we took
they-
the first rest, right?
So we both rested. So let's do our run now. So we'll get 2 hours of running in before they go to bed.
Okay. So yeah, you guys zip off. As you guys are making your way across, and as the spell is just about to come to an end, you see off in the distance what appears to be a small island with someone on it, and it looks like they're like waving towards you.
Absol immediately summons his sword, pulls it upside down, and he's waving his, not enough to like the guy to notice, but he waves his censer around a little bit and he casts his divine sense.
I thought you were like, we're fucking pirates, bitch.
Yar fiddle-dee-dee.
What are you trying to cast?
Divine sense, trying to see if he can detect any strong evil or powerful good.
What's the distance on Divine Sense?
60 feet.
Oh, he's way further than 60 feet.
Ah.
Like I said, he's like off in the distance. He's a
seems
footnote on
we
the
have-
horizon.
It seems we have a location to row to.
You guys want to stretch your legs?
Let us, if it is in fact actually dry ground, it is a required stop. Everyone, please back in the boat. We are running out of time.
Yep. It's back in the boat.
Chaplain, give me a paper.
A paper.
Yes, please, something to write with.
Understood. And I'll rifle through my bags through one of the few pieces of paper I have left and hand it off to you.
And how big does this island look?
You can't tell. I mean, you don't see like any large landmass, but it's obviously large enough for a humanoid to stand on and wave you down.
It's just like a 5x5 island. Standing on a turtle.
Absol's gonna cast his flock of familiars, go to one of the birds he summons, tie up the paper, put something to write with, and send all of them out. He's gonna send one to land on the island, and the rest are gonna circle overhead and watch what happens.
Did you write anything on it?
No.
He's sending them parchment.
I know, I
to-
get his intention. I'm just trying to think of how I would, if I was stranded on an island and a bird just came with a note, like what I would do.
Written in disappearing ink.
So yeah, so he writes something down and gives it back to your familiar.
They're gonna come back to me. Just the one's gonna come back. The rest are gonna keep circling.
We are rowing towards him actively. Or the Scion.
What do we do if this is an ambush? We only have one bolt.
Hold on. And Absol closes his eyes
And
and he's
my
gonna
axe.
look through one of his familiar's eyes. Is it just him? Doesn't look like there could be anything.
So, give me a perception roll. So as you look, you see that there's this small, like, 15-foot by 20-foot little sandbar with wreckage on it, and you see what appears to be a disheveled-looking elf, with has tattered clothes, and he's looking towards you guys, and you see him waving his arms.
You guys would hear Absol say with his eyes still glazed over, "This might be dangerous, but fly down and check out where he's been living in. See if there's any more people." And that's him telling that to his familiars.
Yeah, so your point of view dips down, and as it dips down, you see that it looks like it's the remains of, like, a wrecked ship. Not enough to even, like, hide in. It's just, like, a few planks of wood. And you see no sign of any sort of, like, shelter or anything.
And Cliff, do we have room for another person?
I mean, not comfortably.
Oh, well, see, yep,
Yeah.
keep rowing. It's tough for him.
I mean, really, to be truthful, there's really not room for anybody else on this fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's almost like it was specifically for the size of your party.
Mm-hmm.
We need to investigate all the same. As
And
a boat
what-
magically appeared, let's not ignore the second omen.
Yes, but what do we do when we only have room for us? We're gonna go there and he says, "I need help. Please help me off this island," and we have no room for him.
We can discuss that when that becomes the case.
Okay, you'll be the one to tell him that you're leaving him behind on this island.
We can discuss that when that becomes the case.
All right. He tries any funny business.
Then you can stab him.
Oh, well, now that I have your permission.
You've never asked before, but I feel I should at least condone your actions.
It's a start.
So we row towards what? Absol, did the note say anything?
Yeah, what's the note say?
The note says, "Help, been stranded for days."
Absol's like, hold on. This guy says he's been stranded for days, but he looks a lot worse than that.
Please hold. Chaplain says a quick prayer to the goddess of the ocean, asking how the boat that we're in, how did it find its way to us?
A breeze sort of picks up, and you feel it blow over your skin as you hear the whisper of the jackal.
And Chaplin's like,
Yeah, no, Chaplin's like suddenly in a great mood. Small side news, the jackal is okay.
I was worried.
I'm not certain if you are sincere, but thank you all the same. carry an extra person.
We got rope.
It is possible that we could construct something to trail behind us with the wreckage. All the same, we should set foot on land for a few minutes if that is possible.
All right, everyone, keep your guard up. This guy says he's been here a few days. Looks like it's been months, maybe even years.
All right, we
Okay.
proceed to the island. And I'll die.
Let it be noted in the captain's log. I object to this.
If nothing else, Arkin, it is dry land that we can rest on.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So as you guys get closer, you see that he's just on this small, like I said, 15 by 20 foot like sandbar with just some broken wooden debris surrounding it. And like he starts like shouting and like, "Oh, thank the gods! Thank the gods!"
Chaplain will just wave and then keep rowing. We will be there momentarily. Be better to talk when we're on land or adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, unless you guys are doing anything to discuss it, I mean, yeah, you guys are pulling on up.
As we're getting closer, now, let's do this.
You're doing your divine sense, you mean?
Yeah.
You do not detect that this thing is celestial, fiend, nor undead.
No kind of strong prince of evil or good either.
That's not a thing.
Presence of strong evil registers on your senses.
Yeah, but he's
Over
modified
powerful
it
good.
for our world. That's good and evil isn't a thing. Morality is gray.
Okay.
Things
But
don't
you
always go in
definitely
that
can
neutral
tell that
box.
this thing is not celestial, fiend, nor undead.
Okay.
So we'll kind of pull up in halfway beach on the island, I suppose.
All right. Everybody go ahead, give me a perception check.
Arkin will also have a continuous ready action to attack this fucker.
There's no such thing as a continuously ready action.
Okay, he's going to keep readying an action.
So you ready an action based on a trigger, and if that trigger is met, you can do it.
If he attacks or does anything that looks like he's going to do something negative against the party, then he wants to attack.
Okay.
27 perception.
Okay.
You got a nat 20.
Yeah.
This is fuck. At 12.
Okay. You don't even see the person on the island.
Whoa.
Right. No, so
Whoa.
so what you guys see is this elf that looks to be probably in its 50s or 60s, young by elven accord. Super gaunt, looks like he hasn't eaten in days. His clothing is torn asunder. The island that he's on, there is debris which looks like a shipwreck. And you see that there is a makeshift fire pit that some of the wood from the ship he has been using to create a fire. Chaplain, you notice that there are a pair of boots that are kind of off to the side, but he is also wearing shoes.
Okay. That's an observation. I was expecting, it's a siren. It's going to eat you.
No.
Hello, I am Chaplain. You seem to be in trouble.
He as he's coming up, as you guys are like coming onto the sandbar there, he's like kind of like moving towards you guys, sort of. I want to say erratically, but not erratically. You know what I mean? Like he's super excited to see that someone's there. And he's like, "Thank the gods, my prayers have been answered. I've been here for days. Our ship capsized with the storm that happened a few nights ago, and I don't even know how long I've been here."
Screech just kind of like looks around and then repeats in his voice, "Our?"
Yeah, hour.
Yes, it was a large vessel. There were 15 of us, and I haven't been able to find anyone else.
How far are we from the mainland?
We were only on the water a little more than a day before it happened. And he kind of like looks at your guys' boat, but we were on a slightly larger vessel than yours, so best I could tell, 2, maybe 3 days from where we wrecked, but from where we are now, I have no idea.
Was it something that you did that caused you to either wreck or you be the sole survivor?
The luck of Talos, I assume, why I survived, but as far as causing it, no. The waves were just too high for the vessel to handle, I assume.
Can I roll the check to see if he's lying?
Sure.
What, insight?
Yep.
Yeah, my insight's not that great.
Doesn't appear to be lying, no.
Okay.
The only small conundrum is that our boat barely has the space for us. If we are to take an extra passenger, we will have to find a way to accommodate the space you will take, perhaps modification of the boat. But I'm not certain that we have the required tools to do so. But for the moment, we have food and water.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I haven't eaten in I can't tell you how long.
Chaplain will pull some of the food and water out of the boat and offer it to him in whatever bowl container they have.
Are you pulling the spoiled food or the good food?
Well, I did check off a 3rd level spell for today, so I assume the good food.
Okay. And he just like starts like ferociously just consuming this food.
I would urge caution with your speed. You do not wish to vomit the food that you have eaten.
Oh, my brain agrees with you, but my stomach says to keep going. Thank you all so much.
If I may, to what god did you pray?
Talos,
Talos. What's Talos the god of?
a storm.
Hamsker?
Of course. Do you have any resources that could help us help you to modify the boat so that we can help take you, or navigation to get back to mainland quicker?
He just ushers his arm towards this beach. Like, this is it. If I had anything more, I would have tried to make my way off of here already.
Are you skilled in navigation?
I.
We spent, a day, 2 days on this boat. Is there any way that we could fit him on there, uncomfortably or not?
You could probably try to make it work. Could make the sailing situation a little more dangerous, but I mean, with you guys doing the alternate like things, you might be able to make it work that way, yeah.
If nothing else, your navigation skills will help us all get back to mainland more reliably.
Is there enough debris on the island to make like to get like 4 or 5 planks and tie them together and have him like dragging behind us?
I mean, I don't know how effective that would be, but you could try to MacGyver something
He's
together.
gonna flip over all the time.
I mean,
But also just remember, if you have a toe behind like that, that also
The
risks
drag
you
would be
guys
crazy.
flipping
We
behind.
just invented tubing.
uh,
We're gonna be rich.
I like money. It's up to you guys.
I could not simply leave him here. We will have to do our best to accommodate everyone, and as I said, his navigation skills should prove effective in helping us get back more reliably.
As long as he's taking a shift and pulling his own weight, fine.
I'm certain he will be more than willing. I turn towards him.
Yes, whatever you need me to do. I have nothing to give but my thanks.
all right. If you could do whatever you need us to do, or we need you to do, I'm gonna need you to raise your arms over your head real quick.
He's like,
And Absol goes and like searches him for any kind of weapons.
he has nothing.
All right. Just need to make sure.
Friend, you must think that this is the most elaborate ambush ever.
I'm just trying to keep my family safe.
We've seen a lot.
We have seen more elaborate than this.
Screech
Please forgive our
repeats
caution.
back in his voice, friend.
Let's not go that far just yet.
Friend.
Friends are earned, not given.
She looks really fucking confused.
All the same,
Friend.
perhaps for everyone's sake, it would be best for us to rest on this island for a few hours before we progress. I can keep watch along with our friend here.
Friend.
Why did you say that word?
You'll have to forgive. We have been rowing for the better part of 2 days.
Friend.
Do you all have a compass or a map or anything to have an idea of where we are?
We have a map, but no compass.
Nah. Do you know which way is east?
Absol points in the direction that they were headed.
And he's like, well, let me see the map.
I don't know about that.
I assure you that my abilities will be much better suited if I actually can figure out where I am, and the map would be the easiest way to do that.
I don't think he has anything to gain by destroying our map.
Why would I destroy your map?
Exactly. So go ahead and let him see it.
Absol walks over to Arkin and puts the map in his chest. All right, but this is your decision, not mine.
Whatever. He goes over and like like the same way pushes it in this guy's chest.
He just tears it to shreds. No, I'm joking. He didn't do that.
You have any idea how fast he would get stabbed? Just immediately eviscerated.
He like
As soon as
holds the map up and he's just looking at it, and he kind of walks over to the side of the island that you pointed to east, and he's holding the map and he turns it and he starts looking around, and you just see him like trying to gain his bearings.
I see him do any kind of ripping motion, I'm shooting him.
What?
I don't trust this
What?
guy.
The fuck?
What is the end game here?
I don't know if this
What
is
the
Sin
fuck?
not trusting me or if this is Absol not trusting this character.
This is Absol. This is all
A little bit of
Absol.
A, little bit of B.
I think it's both.
This is all Absol.
Okay. Yeah, so you don't shoot him. Because he makes no attempt to tear the map.
All right.
And after a few of him sort of pacing the island and whatnot, he's like, best I can tell, we're about 4 days from shore on this little boat we have here.
Would it be best for us to get a proper rest on this small island before we start again? Absol, Ark, and Screech. By the way, what is your name, sir?
Friend.
It's Rengius.
Hello, Rengius. I am Chaplain.
Chaplain, well met.
What did you do before you ended up on this boat? Were you a part of any associations, certain skill set, professions, combat skills, perhaps?
Well, I was mostly just part of a cult that killed town people in their sleep.
Ha ha, very funny.
No, I was a dockhand. I moved crates onto boats. Pays well, you get to travel. Women love sailors.
Aha.
I return to the prior question. Absol, Arkin, Screech, should we simply proceed now or rest before we proceed?
Do you need rest for your abilities?
If you wish for more uses of magic, I would need a rest.
Then it's better to rest here.
Entering low power mode. Just sits down and just zonks out. Well, still paying attention because I can do that.
Like, well, if we have to stay here another night, I think we might have enough wood to keep this small fire going.
Please secure the boat.
Who are you saying that to?
Just out loud.
Yes, new friend, secure the boat.
Arkin, he is malnourished.
Anything.
Screech looks at Arkin and narrows her eyes and repeats in his voice the exact way he just said it. Friend. New
Yes.
friend.
New friend can show that he is friendly.
Friend!
I have no problem with doing this, but I'm not so sure your friend here wants me near your stuff.
It's like Absol stroking his gun.
He has it out. And he's
Licking it.
He's not waving it around or anything, but he's like sitting down and it's in his lap. And he whistles for Sif. He's like, get out the boat so he can pull it in.
And he walks over there and begins tugging it up onto the sand beach.
See, he saves a dockhand. He's good at these things. Better than us.
You monster.
What? Earning his fucking keep. That's what he's doing.
You saved the man who's been without food and water and shelter for like 4 days.
He just had food. Now he's working it off.
Oh my god.
You're a monster.
That's how that works. So, what do you guys plan on doing? You guys all just going to sleep, or?
Sleeping in shifts with our new friend. Pretty sure Ark and Absol will take a shift together.
Just figure it's best to, rest safely on something that isn't going to float away.
Absolutely.
It'll add a day or two, but we have the food and water. And having a day of rest that we're not, constantly fatiguing ourselves will likely make the journey easier.
While Arkin and Absol are taking their shift, he wants to work on his performance by mimicking their new friend.
Okay.
You're about to get yourself shot.
Are you?
He's not.
doing, like,
He's
the
not
dive?
shifting form.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Absol,
Oh, that's my brother.
And what do you plan on doing?
Just with the amount of time they spend conversating, seeing if he can mimic his mannerisms, his speech patterns, his accent, everything.
Yeah, you do. And he kind of catches wind of you doing this, and he like gets a
He's
chuckle
supposed
out
to
of
be
it.
asleep.
He's not sleeping at all.
Oh, well.
He didn't ask.
Okay.
They went to Screech and Chaplin went to sleep. This guy's
Okay.
still there, like kind of tending to the fire.
Okay.
But he catches wind of you doing that, and he kind of gets a chuckle out of it. He's like, "Hey, that's pretty good."
Hey, that's pretty good.
Like, oh, okay.
Well, okay.
He's sort of looking at you, and
I'm looking back.
he just turns and looks back at the fire. Absol, you doing anything?
Just watching the dude.
Okay.
So trusting.
Still stroking that gun.
Sure would be a shame if this thing just went off randomly throughout the night in no particular direction.
If that dude didn't say he was able to navigate, the two would likely kill him into the night. Like, his abilities to navigate has probably saved his life.
I mean, it's still a possibility.
I don't appreciate these negative assumptions being made.
So here's a little conundrum, and I'll let you guys tell me if you need to recant or not. It was about time for Arkin and Absol to go to sleep when you went to this island.
Oh, right. Then, yeah, it would make sense to have them sleep first, and Absol and Screech, or Chaplin and Screech would sleep after.
Okay.
Just getting a running start off the island sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Yeah. So
and
then,
during the time the two are sleeping, Chaplin is going to explain their slightly odd order of operations and movements.
like, you're gonna explain like that you're casting water walk and all that shit. You mean?
Correct.
Okay.
And that will be running across the water and that kind of stuff.
Like, as you're telling him, he just looks fascinated. Like, that's actually genius.
Thank you. Math. He's gonna probably have to sit in the boat while we run. Yeah.
He can run too.
Yeah, he will run.
You're asleep.
He can't run
Go
at the
the
speed
fuck
we
to sleep.
Absol pops his head up. He gonna run.
I thought you were sleeping.
I'm assuming
Bitch, you thought.
while we're running, we're mounted, and thus moving twice as fast. If we're just running, but I'm assuming we're mounted, and thus he won't be able to move at that speeds, but we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, he can roll then.
I mean, that's not a terrible thing. Be in the boat and help row to offset his efforts.
I'm sure he'll be more than willing being stuck on a fucking island where he thought he was gonna die.
That makes sense. Him rowing will be enough to offset his weight. Probably.
Sleep talking is oddly specific.
That motherfucker go row.
Apologies. This is just what he is like.
He's sleeping with the gun on his chest.
Motherfucker.
No rowing ass motherfucker.
My map.
Absol,
Hi.
You have a dream.
you have a dream. And you go to grab your sword and you can't grab it. You walk up to the altar. This time you actually grab the dagger.
Ooh.
You walk to the other side of the altar and you see laying on the ground this stranded guy. And you plunge your dagger into his chest. And as you do that, you wake up. And you see that he is just engaging in conversation with Chaplin.
Can I imitate the dagger?
Give me an insight check.
Fuck.
You sure cannot.
How many do I got?
You got
I'm doing
2.
Fuck.
Wow. How?
You summon a fish.
Food.
It's a black, smoky fish.
The same thing. He just chucks it in the water.
And
And-
you see the chaplain's having a talk with this stranger here, and Arkin's still asleep, and Screech is just there nodding along.
Before Absol makes his presence known that he's awake, he's gonna kind of try to reach out to his patron again, and he's just saying, "Is this just a dream, or is this an order?"
And again, you hear those sort of faint whispers, but you don't make anything out.
All right. Absol sits up and wakes up his brother.
What do you want?
Come on, our turn to watch him.
Well, as you
Oh,
there you go. As you see him moving, he sort of like, oh, they're awake if you want to get this show on the road.
Oh yeah, let's get going.
then, if everyone is ready, we are going to begin with a run. Let us get the boat in the water and configure it.
Well, if you guys
Abs-
want, you guys hop in and I can shove you off.
Absol summons his sword as soon as he gets up.
It's like, ah, I haven't seen anyone do that since a carny.
Yeah, it's a cool trick.
Absol, Arkin, please rig the boat to work with the mounts. I think it will be nice to start the day simply with a run as opposed to rowing.
And from the best of my calculations from where we are based on the map, if we head due this direction right here, and he points like very concisely, we should be able to shave about a half day off the trip. Maybe more with the speed that you guys have.
Please guide us as we move. Once the ropes are rigged up to the mounts and the boat is slightly in the water, I will water walk everyone, including our elf friend here, but I'll encourage him to be in the boat and simply row since he won't be able to keep up with our speed.
All right.
I want him to be able to water walk in case he falls out.
That's fair. I mean, and if you got the extra person to be able to give it to, you might as well.
Yeah.
Right. Craven's gonna be facing backwards on Arkin's shoulder, keeping an eye on this guy.
Okay.
Monster. Be our best friend here.
He fucking notices, but he don't say nothing. Yeah, and you guys get going and take off, and another full rotation goes through. You guys do your shifts. Sunset, sun rises. Absol, you have the exact same dream.
Sorry. Before my next rest shift, I send another message
Oh yes,
to
thank you.
Asha.
Okay.
Excuse me. What is the name of the? And this isn't Asha. This is to the sailor that I can't remember the name of already. What is the name of the city to the east we are heading towards?
Well, it depends. The larger one is the one that I would recommend that we head to. And that's the port capital of Ozo. That's Grey Pike.
Thank you. He will send a message to Asha. I can only talk once per day. We are on a boat heading to the port capital of Ozo. 2 or 3 days left. I might have to shuffle the words around to
You're
make
fine.
that fit.
She responds back, "You're still on Ozo? We're on Thundel."
Absol, Arkin, do you know what a Thundel is? That is where Asha is.
Have we been there in our travels, Cliff?
No.
I have
If you
no
say that
idea.
out loud, the guy would just chime in.
I say what I say out loud, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like, well, Thundel's another kingdom to the south of Ozo.
Interesting. We will have to investigate as time goes on. Okay, and then he will go and take his low power mode and let you continue exposition.
You see when you're in low power mode, this guy is like studying you as you go in low power mode, like fascinated by, like, you're not actually sleeping. You're just kind of like sitting there. You see him like wave his hand in front of your face.
I am still conscious. I am simply conserving energy.
Oh, if we had 10 men like you on the boat.
It would sink. We are heavy.
That's fair. But productivity would definitely go up.
As Absol's rowing, he looks back to Chaplin, like, if your God gave you an order, would you hesitate?
No.
I could have told you that answer.
All right. He just goes back to rowing.
Well,
Should I question that? No. Chaplin wouldn't question that at all.
Like, he asked about my God. That's a good conversation.
He has religious questions. Power to him. Right directions.
Yeah. So you have another day, another nightfall. Absolutely, you have the same dream. And just before you stab him, this time you're awoken by his voice as he calls out, "There she is on the horizon," and he points up. And as you all look, you see that there is this large pillar just sticking out of the water with this large castle placed on top of it and this bridge that spans this gap onto the land. And you see this kingdom that's a couple 100 feet above the ground with this long winding path to this small fishing dock.
So you made solitude.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
As he calls out,
what is wrong with you?
Bustro, duh.
as he calls out that we'll be there in less than an hour. And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Cheese Hall, I want to go there.
Sounds delicious.
So, yeah.
We're going to eat the hall.
I'm gonna get so much cheese.
I like the winding path leading up to
Yeah.
the city. That's pretty cool.
So, yeah. So, thanks, everybody. We are at 8 heat waves, 0 cold front for the next step. These do carry over, so there is a chance. There's a chance for heat wave to win again. Sir Rain the 97, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me count the cards to make sure I didn't miss anything here. I probably did, because I be like that sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hey, guess what? We got enough. And we're going to do a giveaway. So if you want to be entered to win a free Stream Loots deck, Stream Loots being the cards that you can use to interact with the stream, Once I figure out where this thing is, and then resend it, and then yes, and then open it. Okay, cool. Do exclamation point gimme GIMME, and you'll be entered for a chance to win free shit. My Sirenscape would not load at all tonight, which is why there was no music.
Lots of
Still listen
water.
to the ocean.
Which was, are you hearing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? So it wouldn't load on my end, but it loaded on your guys' end.
We've had the ocean. You did a good job.
That was just ocean.
I'm glad that
all
I
day.
can I curate for my players perfectly. Chat didn't hear shit though. I apologize.
Oh.
Yeah.
That
So
sucks.
sorry. I'll get that fixed. I don't know what the fuck's. I don't know. There you go. Just for
It's like
you.
we're there.
Thanks.
I'll get that fixed by next week. As I said, not next week. Next week's gonna be a good week. You should be here. But the week after will be our half-year anniversary, and it's gonna be on Pornhub Live. We're streaming naked. No, I'm joking. It's gonna be right here. Or am I? Maybe both. But yeah, so we'll have a few new things, including the new card types for stream loot, which will be fun. Thank you, I appreciate that. If the music's ever too loud that it's drowning it out, let me know. I can correct on the fly when Sirenscape loads. Otherwise, you don't hear the music at all, and apparently only the players do. Just so you all know that I know that there were three cards played tonight that we did not get a chance to do. You know what cards you played, and you know which ones didn't get played. So just know, I got you. Next week. And on that note, let's try to figure out who we gonna raid out to. And while I'm looking for this, exclamation point GIMME for a chance to enter to win and blah blah blah. Oh hey, so something I do want to bring up while I'm here actually. So if you guys go to the Discord and raid out to Pornhub Live, got you. If you go to the Discord, I want to try to put together a community game night where we all can play a game together that's not D&D, or maybe D&D maybe one time, but like what I'm thinking in the immediate future is Town of Salem,
Yes.
which is a free game. Everyone can play. We can do a private lobby, and we could just get all of our peoples together and just play a game of basically like if you never played Town of Salem, it's based off a game called Werewolf. It's basically like Guess Who, but if you guess wrong, you die.
No pressure.
That's the
It's a
best
lot
way
of
to put
fun.
it.
It's stupid fun.
So I want to possibly ask something weird and odd for our raids tonight.
Sure.
Where I work, I have some work-based learning students that job shadow me 2 days a week. One of them is streaming right now. I'm his only watcher right now.
Oh,
So I kind of want to
child.
give him a raid just for lulz. You are muted, Cliff.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You were.
No.
Yeah.
I wasn't muted. I was just too far away for you to hear me, apparently.
What do they stream, Bob?
What's the...
They're currently playing League of Legends.
Oh,
And it's
Oh, no, we can't do that.
okay. Fair enough. That's
I
fine.
can't do that.
No, I'm joking. What's their handle?
VNE__. Victor November Echo __.
Okay, for one, tell them that is a terrible name that no one will ever remember with underscores like that.
I agree.
Just from a tip. But no, we can totally do that. I'm cool with that.
I am gonna raise volume when we raid.
Dredson video game. There is a tabletop
Okay.
game of it, but it's a web browser based Flash game, or you can get it for Steam if you want. And so all you have to have is internet and a web browser that's not
My
Internet
old
Explorer.
shitty laptop that couldn't fucking run Discord can play that game.
Right.
Well, it could before I got rid of it, but yeah. And these guys know how bad my old laptop was, so.
Yeah, so it's a very low tech game, but it's super fun. And on that note, let's see who the winner finna be. Winner finna be Dreadsin, D Red Sand, Dr. Ed Sand. Yeah, he get it. Gift chest. Dreadsin. Boom, done. And now we raid. Except for I don't think I can raid from here. I have to actually raid from. Uh-oh, what's he doing? He better not be getting off. Not until we raid out to Pornhub Live. Giggity. Raid. What happened?
It is technically a school night.
He's usually up until 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
Yeah, that's fair. I used to stay up until 6 a.m. when I was.
So you guys stick around for the raid. Say something in chat. You'll gain points for using your tokens of fate. And if you are subscribed, post your emotes and let them know Bob told you to go there, so that way we can, you know.
It's really just to make this kid's day.
Yeah, that's all we're gonna do. We're gonna boost his viewership by 1,100%. All right, cool. So thank you guys. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Thank you, folks.